Hey. Oh, welcome back, everybody. It is the cafe. Here we are again. Coming back in the Idaho situation, folks. Tonight, we're going to be looking at the Steve Gonsalves interviews from way back when to right about now and seeing if anything's changed, if it has, and if it's not, what all has been said. So let's see what happens when we jump into that. It should be interesting. Thank you so much for joining us. Please make sure to hit the like button when you come in and share this out and let everybody know what we're doing in here. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Again, thank you for joining us tonight. I do appreciate y'all so very much for being here as we look into these interviews from 2022 to right about now, guys. So thank you for being here. Appreciate you all for joining us. Looks like officials back in the house. DKM, Miss Alicia J, Allison Lee, Miss Tracy. Great to see you tonight. Angel D, Raquel OL, SRBBBB, Miss Girl. Welcome back to you. Tom, Miss Charlotte. Good to see you, Miss Charlotte. Great to have you here. Let's see. Miss Yvonne Poole back in the house. Jesse Shule, wonderful to see you, brother. Good to have you here tonight. Sorry, buddy, I did it as early as I could. So much going on here. Moonvale, welcome back. Great to see you tonight. Good trouble. Wait, welcome back. Great to see you, Miss Girl. Congratulations and welcome back to the sauce, ma'am. Great to have you here with us. That goes for all of you all. Let's see. Donna Salamander, welcome back to you. Motoman, what's going on? Good to see you. Great to have you here. Let's see. Where Thrive Off Grid's in the house. Welcome back to you. Holy shit. Sorry for the language. Good Lord, bro. 20 memberships. Zoink, Scoob. That's going to be fun. Thank you so much for that, brother. So very generous of you. Tracy's in the house. Welcome back to you. Wow, 20 memberships. That's awesome. We got 21 new meatballs jumping in the sauce with us tonight. Mods, I guess we're going to have to get another pot here and make this an even bigger pot. Eddie's back in the house. One made nut. Great to see you. And thank you, Miss Allison, for that. Miss Teresa, welcome back to you. Degburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama's back in the house. Great to see you, too. Allison Lee, Angel D. Let's see. Who else do we see? Romper Bomper Stomper Boo. Tell me true. Miss Lisa, good to see you again. Ray Knightley, good to see you. Welcome back. Phenomenal Mom. Do. Phenomenal Mom. I can't do it. Hey, they go in the Burger King drive-thru. Yay. Oh, okay. No problem, Jesse. You do your thing, brother. Lisa Wilson, good to see you. I am me. You are you. I am me. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. All right, let's see here. Let me see if I can figure this out. Let me back up way up here on this side. So it looks like Moonvale received a new membership. Cloudy Outcome, Lori Chavez, Joe D, Kim Holmes, Susie 666 from the UK, Tammy P10, Mitakuye Oyeson again, Samantha Mustard McDowell, Ashley Activism, Heather Fitzgerald. Oh, even though you changed your name, you still got one, Heather. Linda Bailey. Let's see. Green Red Monster. Rest in peace, my son. Now you can fly away. Petty Page. Annie Ruler. Tonka Girl 91. Space Junkie 69. Chicken Head. Chris. Carla. I think that did it. Wow. Wow. Oh my wow. Like SRB said. And of course, Misha Girl, she picked one up tonight too. 21 new meatballs jumping in the sauce with us. That's so very awesome. RT Traveler, welcome back to you. Wow, guys, there ain't a whole lot of white left in here. Welcome, Vicky Harrison. Great to see you tonight. Meg P, welcome back to you. Very little white left in here. Make sure that you guys have that $sign. When you go into that $sign at the bottom of the page, go in there, make sure you can receive gifts. That way you can receive them when this happens. That's amazing, Moto. Thank you so much, bro. Absolutely much appreciated. No idea how much that means to us. That's awesome. T2014, welcome back to you. Let's see here. We got 67 peeps in the house, 31 likes. We're catching it up. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Please. SRB said behave for Alicia. I'll be right back. Yes, ma'am. That's funny. How did that even work out, Heather? Did I get everybody? I think I got everybody. Brandy B, the ROG. Did she just come in here? Holy shnikes. RT just gifted 10 more. Good Lord have mercy. That's 30. Okay, so thank you so much, RT. God bless. That is amazing. And it looks like Little Miss Sharon received one. Orange Butterfly. Cherish. Erica. Cindy Ann P. Wait a minute. Zag. King Scarlet News. Michelle Tully. Good. Doc Terry. I haven't seen Doc Terry in a minute. Harley Ryder. All of you, congratulations and welcome to the sauce. 31 brand new meatballs floating in that sauce. It doesn't give you the option to accept memberships. When I hit the $sign, I've tried everything, but I just can't get that. That's crazy. I don't understand that. I'm sorry, Yvonne. We'll figure something out one of these days. Congratulations to all of you. And again, RT, thank you so much, dear. God bless. That's amazing. Much appreciated. Wow. 31 new members, guys. That's amazing. Amazing. You don't need to, Brandy, because you're a moderator, so it's not going to matter. But still, I don't know why. That's so weird that YouTube just, I don't know. Some of the stuff they do makes no sense to me. Sorry. I'm a little later than I tried to be, but I just couldn't get what I was doing done any sooner. We won't be here for a long time, folks. Don't worry. Got me stumped. Welcome back. Good to see you. Yeah, that's 55 in 2 nights. Absolutely good trouble. That's amazing. That is amazing. Wow. I am so super appreciative of all of you guys. Thank you so very much. You have no idea. Well, I just found out that looks like the person that brought me to true crime is finally slated to be executed by next to 2026. It only took 40 years. Everybody loves Dagomond. Well, I appreciate that so very much. There's Miss Brandy right there. If anybody would like to jump into Discord with the rest of us, that way you can hang out with us when we're not live, guys, and just shoot the breeze and play the games and the stuff that we're going to be doing in there. Hook up with Miss Brandy. She will tell you what to do. We got plenty of room in there as well. 5 more subscribers. He has to mangle and resolve his Rubik's Cube. Uh-oh. Well, that won't be hard. That'll give us 36 subscribers. Yep, he is on that list. I just noticed it. Danny Lee Hill. Finally, after 40 years. Yeah, it's a big list. It seems like they're making up for lost time for sure, but it's about time. It needs to happen for what he did to my friend. Yeah, finally is not the word. Misty Jane, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Misty said, Yvonne, if you go under it, hit the 3 little dots at the top. It takes you to the option. Interesting. Thank you, Misty. I can't listen and type at the same time. I almost said thank you, and that's so dangerous. Oh, it's okay, Meg. Don't worry, dear. What's up, Jeffrey? Good to see you tonight, sir. Be real is being real here right tonight. Good to see you. Miss Noni's back in the house. Good evening, Miss Noni. Wonderful to see you. Good to have you here. Yes. That's awesome, official. Good to know that. Alicia says, I'm glad there finally be justice. Yes. You have no idea how much that means to me. No, nobody. His mother shouldn't have had to wait that long. I swear she's staying alive just so that she can see that happen. And thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. Woman Power 101. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Holy shit, guys. Looks like we had another teen child reported missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee. 4.7 miles from Sebastian Rogers' house. Wow. Good God. What is going on? Thank you for that info, Alicia. Jesus. What was I going to do now? I completely lost my train of thought. That's not cool. That is not cool at all. Really wish we could find Sebastian. Miss Beckles in the house. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Yes. The case summary tonight. Come in, guys. Grab a seat. Get yourselves comfortable. Get a full cup of Joe, if you will. Let me see here. Something. I want to check something out here. Come on in. Come on in. Bear with me while we're waiting on everybody to join us. I don't want to get started and miss anybody. So just give me a few minutes here to let everybody fill in. See what we got here. Mm. Interesting. While we're waiting on everybody, let's see something here. The case summary is showing that we still have the August 11th jury trial, the July 30th hearing, the July 21st hearing has been vacated. We also have the June 18th hearing scheduled. Let's see what else we have here. June 2nd, that hearing, or that, wait a minute. Yeah, we knew what that was. Sorry, that was the initial trial date. 5/22. As of today, they amended the notice of compliance. Subject document motion to redact or seal newly filed record, Exhibit F on defendant 6 supplemental response to discovery. Also, motion to redact or seal newly filed records. Motion to seal Exhibit F to defendant 6 supplemental. Yeah. So these are all put in as of today. Interesting. 5/21. Yesterday they put in a subject document motion to redact or seal the newly filed record. Yes. And also court minutes, judicial officer. I'm sorry, the judge, if that's closed and sealed, they also put in order granting leave to exceed page limit. We knew that was coming. And the hearing is scheduled for, let me see, hearing scheduled 10 a.m. Discussion regarding role of victims. The 20th, they put in motion to continue, defendant's motion to continue, of course. 16th, notice of hearing. Well, we knew that hearing happened. So, yeah. Wow, they dumped a lot of stuff in here. Nothing, no new documents yet, but Wellington Oda, hello. Cat Lover, welcome back to you. Wonderful to have you here tonight. Thank you for joining us. I wish Brian would come back in here. I don't know if he's stuck and having problems or what, but thank you. Drive off grid. Good to see ya. Keep it simple. Welcome. Please look at the Conrad Ashcraft case out of Missouri. Okay. Thank you. I will do that. Welcome. It's great to have you here. Wonderful to see you back, Noni. Woman Power 101. Wonderful to have you here. Yes, that is very interesting. Great to see you, Jeffrey. No, not everybody hates Angel D. I love you, Angel, and I love you being here. So that's insane, Alicia. That is absolutely insane. We're going to have to look into that tomorrow morning for sure. We will be covering that one. No lie. Good trouble. Great to see you. Miss Beckles in the house. Be real again. Good to see you. Miss Brandy B. Thank you so much again, Moto Man, for gifting those memberships. And Satiris, welcome. Good to see you. Yes, there. Mocha. What's going on, Mocha? Hey, dudes. Great. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to check something here real quick. You couldn't have. Welcome in, everybody. Great to have you here. 108 peeps in the house, guys. Please make sure to hit that like button. Let me stop this here. Bounce out of that. Go backwards a little bit here. And thus far, we have 3 new documents showing, but the case summary shows a little different. So those will probably pop up as of tomorrow. Well, you know, documents usually fall in play on Fridays. That's probably what they're waiting for. That's when those will probably show up completely. You know what I mean? All right, guys. So we got 61 likes, but 109 people. Let's see if we can make that match, guys, and get this in this algorithm. Please and thank you. There is a link pinned at the top of the chat if anybody would like to join me. Jesse said he can't do it tonight. I understand completely. That's perfectly fine. Let's see here. Welcome, Justice. Good to see you tonight. Again, that's so amazing. 31 new meatballs. Thank you to Moto Man and also Jennifer Meineke. Welcome. Also, hold on here. Let me go back through and find the name. So many new names in here too. It was, what was her name? Where's she at? She's still in here? It's one of our newer community members. The link, it's not pinned. What's at the top of the chat then, SRB? Yeah, it's up there. Oh, I see what happened. It retracted. Okay, hold on. Sorry, you guys. Thank you, SRB, for being on top of things. RT Traveler was the other. That's thank you. Good Lord, I'm so sorry about that. Thank you both for donating those memberships. That was so very, very, very nice of you all and so very generous. God bless. I fixed it, you guys. It's good. Thank you, Alicia. And SRB. Come on in, y'all. Great to see you, Jennifer Meineke, again. Well, welcome, Mr. Edward. How are you tonight, sir?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me up.
Always, always. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us.
I sent you an email.
All right. That's funny. Funny you said that because I was just getting ready to check. I've been checking before I start recently to make sure.
So quite a while back, I tried to put in chronological order all of the G's interviews that they had
Right.
from the very beginning. I'm not saying that this is absolute accurate, but I think it is. If anyone has you know, corrections that they can make to it and add to it, if they know of other interviews that might have taken place somewhere on this list, by all means, let us be aware of that so we can
Definitely.
continue to make a complete chronological list of them all. But I think this is going to be for the month of November
Yeah.
spot on, as
No,
best as I could tell.
I appreciate that. You did a great job with that.
I don't know if this is kind of in holding true to your
Yeah,
topic for this evening, but
it definitely is.
okay.
Very much appreciated. I didn't realize there were that many in November alone. Wow.
So not only is it just a record of it chronologically, but within that, I put what news organization it was with. I added a little summary, such as like we got to get it right. Don't get mad.
Yeah, like what it
So
was about.
if
Right.
someone hears that, they know what was some of the
That's
content
awesome.
of what they were discussing, or it kind of lays the framework of which one we're looking at. Because some of them, the discussion just goes on to so many topics, it's hard to summarize.
Yeah.
So I just tried to, briefly
I can't
give an
believe
overview with
you were able
as
to get all these.
little, yeah. Also in there, I added, the journalists, the date, of course.
That's a great email, Eddie. I appreciate that very much.
So when we get into it, just let me know.
Yeah.
And I don't know how it would present on your screen or that, but at least you have a record of it, because
Oh,
other
100%.
people may be able to see it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. The writing is a little bit light, so I don't know. I can see if I can. It's amazing though, the way it's written down. That's great.
Also, it would be kind of when you go searching on the internet for some of these, it's hard to find them. So
I'll bet.
at least if you have a date, the news organization, the journalist, that's sometimes helpful in in the search, the results too.
No, this is a very much appreciated, dude. Like, it's a great tool. It's gonna be very helpful. Very helpful. Just in November alone, there's a lot. So I didn't even realize that. I probably would have missed some of them, to be honest with you. Wow. Great stuff. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very much, bro. That is awesome. Gen 7, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Miss Tandy's in the house. Good to see you. Thank you. Let's see who else we got here. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. 123 peeps in the house and only 73 likes. Come on, y'all. Help me out here. Help me out here. Let's get this in that algorithm, guys. Super Goat, welcome back to you. I remember. I swear I remember hearing that too, Super Goat. I was not 100% sure. I'm sure it's in that list that Eddie sent me. So we'll find it if we do. We may not get through all this tonight. We might have to bounce this out over 2 days, but there's a lot. We will see though. Marianne Craw, welcome. Good to see you all here tonight. I appreciate you all very much. Beckles, welcome. I just want to say thank you to all who work on this stuff for this case. It's not easy for me to do stuff, and I have to say this is a first for me to get this involved. Well, you are welcome. And thank you for being as involved as you are and for supporting the channel and being here. We appreciate you. All of us. Very much so. Sooner Girl 74, welcome back. Good to see you tonight. Guys, I'll tell you, the white in here is getting very slim with all these new meatballs jumping in here. That's pretty wild. Mm. It's retracted. What's retracted, Alicia? The missing. You talking about the new one? Really? Hold on. That's crazy. Hang on a minute here. No, that's an old comment. Oh, okay, got you. Sorry. Thank you. Just trying to keep up with everything in here. It takes a minute. So how is everything, Eddie, in your world? Everything good?
Everything's good.
Good to hear. Good to hear, bud.
Weather has finally improved. Today's the first time in a few days we've seen the sun. It's been raining for so long. And the cold?
Yeah.
I thought we're back in winter almost.
No, you sent it my way. That's why.
Oh.
It's like 40 degrees here and dreary and rainy all day. It's crazy. We're done with this. It's like about to be June, guys. It's time for it to stay warm and sunny out here. But here in Ohio, we don't get much of that.
And then check this out. What around the 22nd of June, isn't that when the days start getting shorter? Think of that.
Yeah. Yeah, like a month exactly from today.
And here we are. Just last night we had low 40s.
Exactly. That's where we're at today. In fact, right now it is. Well, no, it's actually 52. But this morning I woke up, it was like 41. Way too chilly for me. This time of year. I made a post for the meatballs, a tutorial on how to accept gifts on the Oh, well, that's awesome. Thank you, official. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Check that out, guys. That'll help you. For those of you that are struggling. Scott Metalhead, welcome back to you, bro. Good to see you tonight.
89, that is quite warm. That would be warm.
I think Tomboy showed me her. Hey, LL, good to see you. Tomboy said she showed me her thermometer was 93. She was in Texas, though, so that's hell. It's always hell down there.
So if the low temperature could be 41 and then 89 for a high, I could live with that.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for much.
No.
Just that.
101. Beckel said 101 in Arizona already. That's insane. I couldn't handle that. Mocha said 90 there. I love it hot. See, I like mid 70s to low 80s with very low humidity, and I'm happy. Hey, Firefly, good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us tonight. Good trouble. Good to see you. 83 at 6,000 feet in northern AZ. Good to have you here, and thank you for that. Arizona is the armpit of hell, Miss Tandy said. Well, Texas and Arizona, yeah, agreed. I think the difference is Arizona doesn't have that humidity that the rest of us get. That's crazy. That's what kills me is the humidity, truly. Let's see here. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat, get comfortable.
So the joke here is there's two seasons in Minnesota. There's winter and road construction.
I like it. I like it. That's about one of ours, too. That's hilarious.
I won't even tell y'all how cold it gets here. And I can't complain, too, because I live like in the southern part of Minnesota. And if you go north in Minnesota, you can just automatically deduct 10 degrees to that. So, I don't want to complain when it gets bitter cold here because it could get worse. And then I don't know how Canadians do it. I imagine the further north you go, the worse it's going to get. So how they do it up there is beyond me.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh yeah, Meg, mosquito. Yeah, the mosquitoes in the summer. Just
Minnesota.
ugh.
Yes. Okay, so the first one you had on that list, the November 14th, that's not 22, right?
Yeah, that's November 14th, 2022. And notice, that's not an interview. What it is is it Janelle Finch, right? She's just reporting and reading like a statement from the G's family.
Gotcha. Gotcha. I was gonna say that seemed a bit early, but yeah.
So
Okay.
Janelle Finch is from KREM 2.
Yeah.
And she's sharing a statement. And the statement is, stop spreading rumors about what happened and wait for the facts from police.
I do remember that. Guys, give me 1 second here.
And that was a statement apparently by Olivia on behalf of the Gonsalves family. I'll wait to add my thoughts to that until Dago gets back.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so what is important about that? I have to point out something. It's been on my mind for so long. I shared it one time on another panel, but it really has to be communicated that something is off right then and there. That is unusual. In real time, when we are living that day and hearing it, it would make sense. It wouldn't, be a red flag, in other words. But
yeah,
in order for that to need to be said on that day so early, again, that's what, just hours, that's the 14th, less than 24 hours probably. Yeah. It's already in effect, this thing, what is going on. Right. Stop spreading rumors about what happened and wait for the facts from police. That is unusual, and that is a red flag. And the fact that needed to be said should tell you everything.
Well, considering that early on, yeah. Agreed. I think this is the right one here. If not, we'll fix it. We'll get it right. Either way. I think I got it up.
And by the way, that was echoed during those press conferences as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to look at those two. I know it's not just Steve there, but I think those need to be added in because of certain things that were said. So it will help. Let's see here. All right, come on in, everybody. Again, 137 peeps in the house. And we need 10 more likes to break that to get this in the algorithm, guys. We can do that. Stephen Dart, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Now, what was your, I guess, intent or your method going in tonight? How did you want to?
basically, just to review these, like Jesse had stated, and I was thinking about it beforehand. Basically, to see what was said then, all the way up into now, actually, how it changed. If there was things that were being brought out then that were, I guess, leaked per se, how it was presented then, and things like that. The differences, basically, and whatever we make of it at that point too. We always have a tendency to kind of bring the conversation into where we need it to be for it to work every time anyway. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So
However,
the best way usually on something like that would be to view it ourselves, because there's a lot here in our group, and to
yeah,
say what was said. Well, some of the easy ones we would all agree upon, but sometimes when we say what was said or try to paraphrase what someone said, it's not the same as if we just go there, watch it, and then we'll all hear the same thing. So there's no way for that,
yes,
for us to all come away with a different take.
yeah. We all hear it at the same time together, and then we can discuss it as we hear it, or after we watch it and break it down at that point, or we can do it as we go through it, whichever is easiest for everybody. But catch certain key points that are pointed out for us to be able to discuss. I think that's the best way too. I agree with Eddie on that. It seems to be that's kind of a direction I'm looking at too, Moto Man, to see when things may have changed, when things may have gone different. Okay. And we'll point all that stuff out and look at it too. That's a whole thing with this. Thank you again, guys, for joining us. So what do you think, Eddie, real quick, I'm going to wait just a few more minutes and then we're going to get moving. What do you think on this whole trial delay thing? What's your thought on that?
Well, it'll be interesting to see how he rules on it. I went back today and I re-listened to the motion in limine argument about striking the death penalty and regarding discovery violations.
Right.
And that is when she mentioned that these discovery issues have caused due process violations.
Right.
I caught a very small detail in that that I hadn't noticed before. During her verbal argument, she stated that there's over 15,000 photographs. And in his ruling, in the judge's order, he writes that there's over 13,000. So I noticed that. It's not enough to get too excited about, but there it is. But also during this verbal argument is when he challenges her, and she's kind of hearing him take her to task about the fact that she took on this other death penalty case. And he's using that kind of as ammunition against her. And then in his order, again, of course, we've all been there and reviewed that together at that time, but in his order, he wrote, his lead counsel, of course, referring to the defendant, Brian, insisted that she be allowed to take on a second high-profile capital case despite the voluminous discovery in this case.
Right.
Now, the fact that he put in there that she insisted on taking it, that's, of course, only information that he would have been privy to. I don't know what he's referring to. None of us would know that, but apparently he is in those circles, so he would have known that she insisted on it, right?
Yeah.
And it feels like he's pretty sore about that.
Could be. Yeah, definitely.
But That is, again, my opinion, but that has nothing to do with any of this. The fact that she took on another case.
Right.
That is not what's hampering her.
No, I don't believe so at all.
Getting
Either.
through this discovery, or the problems that, the way this discovery was handed over to her purposefully. Yeah.
No, that has nothing to do with it, in my opinion. Welcome, Need Some Z's. Good to see you. Yes, that's not the first time I've heard that. Need Some Z's is that Skylar Mead's case and other death penalty case may have a link to this case. I don't know that that's 100% true. Wade Bird, welcome. Good to see you. But I've seen that in a couple places now. So potentially, we'll see. Yeah, we're definitely going to listen first, and then we're going to review after that. Good trouble. It's easier to do it. Eddie's right. That way we can ensure that we've all heard it together the same way, the same time, same speed, and then we can review. So, yeah. All right. Let me see something here. Okay. I got to minimize that. Give me 1 minute, everyone.
So real quick, I have a question for you and all of us here.
Yeah.
I've seen in chat, we're kind of talking about the fact that the Gonzalez family has taken down their Facebook group.
Go ahead, buddy. I'm listening.
I wonder, is that kind of in violation of this order to document and record the hold order for, not deleting or getting rid of any documents or orders? Does that have?
I don't know. That's a good question. That is
probably. I don't know. It might be a gray area, huh?
Could be, yeah. And Fireplay, I agree with you. I wondered that too, if it would be a conflict of interest. But supposedly from a couple places I've seen it, that there's some form of a link there. I don't know that it's true. But I don't know. Like I said, I've looked into it a little bit. I haven't had a lot of time to like really look into it. I can't give you an answer on it truly. And that's why I said it's not a verified statement, folks. It's just other people are putting it out there in different ways. So who knows? We may never know. But I agree with Firefly. That would be an interesting conflict of interest, in my opinion. And yes, that was a great question, Eddie. It really was. Bonnie Bailey, my love, wonderful to see you. We were all looking for you the other day. I'm glad to see you're here. Thank you for joining us tonight. I hope you're doing well and feeling okay. So yeah, a few others think that's a great question too, Eddie. I don't know. It's hard to answer, but it's definitely a good question. The done one, welcome. Could Facebook have taken down? Oh, talking about their page. I don't know if you saw that their Facebook page was taken down, I guess. I don't know why. Some kind of violation, I believe. I'm not sure, Beckles. I'm pretty sure that they've done it before. Especially small areas, if they have that, you know what I mean? Meg P said technically everyone's connected to the University of Idaho. It seems they all have a conflict of interest. Yeah, I've seen that too. Who knows? I think so, LR. Welcome back, Ms. Rach. Good to see you. Hey, Walt. That's a good question, Rach. I wonder if the Facebook page is actually being investigated and they're using that as an excuse. Could be. Who knows? Interesting. Welcome, Summer Jade. Need some Z's. Anybody I may have missed, I will catch up with you. There's 166 of you guys in here now. Please make sure to hit that like button so we can get this for sure. It may be, let me check something in that algorithm and make sure everybody gets to see it. Let me see something. Yep, we're at 107 likes. Thank you guys. You guys are rock and rollers. I appreciate it very much. All right. Let me represent this and get moving. All right. I think we got about everybody that's going to join us anyway. If not, we will catch up. No big deal. Here we go. I think this is the right one, folks. It should be.
News 10 at 10, where we give you more news in less time. I'm Whitney Ward. Mark has the night off. Let's get started now as we take a look at the weather. Certainly has been cold this week, but the big question now is how much colder is it going to get? Our chief meteorologist, Jeremy Legoo, standing by with the answers. Jeremy, what do we need to know about this week's forecast?
For me, Monday, and with them, attorney Shannon Gray, who told me the family is asking for more accountability and communication from authorities. Gray says Kaylee's family supports law enforcement and is grateful for the amount of resources on the case, but he says they've done a poor job of keeping families in the loop. Obviously, there is sensitive information that police are not giving out, but Gray says when it comes to the small updates they're sharing, Kaylee's family is hearing about it on Facebook and news reports. During our interview tonight, Gray said another point of frustration is the fact that investigators haven't really interviewed Kaylee's family throughout the course of the investigation.
You know, they just recently, I think, interviewed some of the families, but the Gonzalez family has never. They've given them a questionnaire to fill out about some information, but they haven't sat down with them and asked them questions about, I think, a lot of questions that they should have been asking a long time ago. The family is probably the most important piece of information you can get about the habits of the individuals that were involved.
Gray says Kaylee's family is also upset with the rumors and conspiracies being spread online. During the start of the investigation, we heard some conflicting statements from officials that had to be walked back. Moscow police are still asking people to remain vigilant and to report any tips or suspicious activity. In the studio, Kyle Simchuk, KREM 2 News.
Today, a jury found Pierce County Sheriff Ed.
So I don't think that was the same one. Hang on here. Maybe not. Okay. That's all right. Let me back this out. We're going to have some struggles a little bit with this, guys, which is fine with anything. It's all right. I even put the date in and everything, and it took me to that, but let me see. Let me try it again. 1 second. It had that date at the bottom, but sorry, guys. Hold on. Try something here. One second. All right, I think I got it now. Sorry. Well, there was just one more piece of info we have to add to it. So here we go. Happy belated birthday, Wild Horse.
Meantime, tonight, our continuing team coverage, we are learning more about who these victims are.
Our Janelle Finch spoke with the family of Kaylee Gonzalez and is live in the studio now with more. Janelle?
In speaking with Kaylee Gonzalez's mother and sister, they tell me Kaylee was a strong and passionate go-getter. She even already had a job lined up in the tech industry after graduation. Kaylee was one of 5 Gonzalez children. She graduated from Lake City High School, the same school as Maddie Mogan, another victim. Kaylee's family says the two were especially close, and Maddie was a part of their family as well. Kaylee's oldest sister, Olivia, shared a statement on behalf of the Gonzalez family. It reads in part, "Kaylee was, is, and always will be our defender and protector. She is tough and fair, the ultimate middle child. She did absolutely everything she set her mind to. She didn't hold back on love, fights, or life. Kaylee was the ultimate go-getter and constantly wanted an adventure." We still have a lot of questions about what happened, and also looking for answers is Kaylee's family. Kaylee's sister Olivia asked the public to stop spreading rumors about what happened and wait for facts from the police. We are continuing to ask our own questions, and we'll bring you updates as we get them. At this time, a GoFundMe has been created on Kaylee and Maddie's family's behalf. In the studio, Janelle Finch, KREM 2 News.
All right. That's the right one.
That is.
So what happened was I put in the KREM 2, the address, the date and all that, and it fed me that other one, which was from a year afterwards, I believe, which made more sense, but that's okay. It's just another piece of info we got. So, all right, let's start here. What do you think of that one, bud? So far, that's how I'm going to lead these up because I know my thoughts, but I'm going to ask everybody else first. What's up, Kane? Lucy, Morningstar, welcome. Hold on 1 second. Okay, go ahead, bud. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's quite unusual that you would have to say that, wait, to get the facts from the police. Don't speculate and spread rumors. There's no purpose typically to ever need to say that. So in this case, though, there was. And we have been getting our, quote unquote, facts from police all this time.
Yeah.
And has that been a good guide for us thus far?
Well, no. We thought it was at first, but no, in my opinion. So I think we've been providing our own facts based on certain things we can put together, per se, documents of sorts. And we're kind of reading between the lines and weeding through things to find the truth, in my opinion, Eddie. I don't know. That's how I find it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We kind of take certain things that we are supposed to be facts, and we have to bend them a little bit and twist them and turn them a little bit to get them to be, a true fact, per se. Take certain things out of it. So that's my best feeling and theory on that. And IME says, yeah, she was saying that before law enforcement ever even gave a press conference. It's a very good point, like Eddie was calling earlier, And yeah, so Tomboy made a really good point too. If you want to go backwards, and everybody came in talking about how the G's Facebook page went down. Well, it's kind of interesting that they had that hearing today. And after that hearing, all of a sudden it's shut down. So I wonder if they were ordered. To shut up about certain things. That being one of the main things. That's quite interesting. That's a good point. And a good catch, Tomboy. What do you think on that one, Ed?
Could be.
It makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, what good comes from that Facebook group?
Not much that I've ever seen. And if there's things being put out there, he was probably told, you are to no longer give interviews. You're going to get rid of anything that puts any information out there. So maybe that was it. By the way, Shane Bishop is the Dateline producer. Yeah, he's the one that he admitted to taking those photographs and twisting and turning them and photoshopping things to make them fit for the show. So yeah. Done One says, it tells me that they were all looking at 4chan, Reddit, Facebook, and YouTube and listening to the discussions and were not friendly towards Jack D or discussed OnlyFans early on. Gotcha. All right. I think Mr. Gray might get sanctioned. It could be. It could be because he is under the gag order for sure. And yeah, that's a good point. Very good point. I have no idea, Phenomena Mom. All right. Let's see here. On we go. Give me a moment here. All right. So I think this is the next one. We'll see.
No one would have ever imagined something slightly like this could happen in Moscow, Idaho, in such a small town.
A small college town, usually full of life, students walking to class, until tragedy struck the community Sunday night.
It's been a heavy heart. You can feel it from every person you interact with to the people you walk by.
4 University of Idaho students killed, their bodies found by Moscow police Sunday. It's been called a homicide, the investigation ongoing. Crime scene tape still surrounding the quiet neighborhood.
It's something that is affecting everyone, no matter how close you knew them or not. We're all connected in the Vandal family in one way or another.
Olivia Nemi is a junior at the University of Idaho. She's a member of the student body government. She tells me she knew of the victims.
Everyone has their spot to make this community the way it is, and those 4 had a big part to play in that, and it'll be felt and very missed without their presence here. From not only going to classes and knowing that I'm not going to see some faces that I've ran into before, to everyone else that is still here and has to live with that impact for the rest of their lives.
3 girls and 1 boy gone. 2 of them 20 years old, 2 of them 21.
To know that lives were lost before they basically even started in college is just so heartbreaking to know, and to realize that they were in their 20s and this is the end for them, and they should have had long, long lives beyond this, and memories and relationships and friendships and things like that.
Nemi says she usually feels safe in her college town.
I've walked at night in Moscow and I haven't worried, but this is going to flip a lot of that upside down. And I think it's going to be the same for a lot of other students and community members.
Coming to the harsh reality that death and tragedy can make its way anywhere, even the rural town of Moscow, Idaho.
It's a hard lesson to have to learn.
Thanks for watching our.
Okay, so that didn't have an interview of him in there, but that's okay. I didn't get much of anything out of that one. Wonder why that did that. Oh, I know why. Okay. No worries. Like I said, we'll get it right. See if this works. Bear with me, guys. It's not. If it's quiet, I'm just trying to get everything loaded in. That's all. My apologies. All right. I think the next one was from News Nation. It should be. Try it again. Oh, hold on here. Not quite. That one's not picking it up. Hang on. I can't seem to find that November 17th of 22 interview for News Nation. Hold on. One minute, folks. All right, Eddie, no problem, bud.
Mom, corn's so good. So is the beans. And there's chicken in there. Put it up. For me. That's what I said. I know I didn't. What do you mean? What was dinner gonna be? It's not gonna be anything now. What was it gonna be?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Welcome back, bud.
Okay. So for whatever it's worth, I can tell you that in order to try to find these videos, it does require quite a bit of time. They don't just happen. You know, you don't just type in whatever you type in and there it is. It takes a long time.
I see this now. What I'm going to do, though, is whatever I can get to pull up, I'm going to go through those.
So
I may miss one or two, but I've found quite a few so far.
What's interesting in this list is on the 23rd of November is the first time that Steve is seen during an interview.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people have been looking for that recently because the discussion, you know, as of late has kind of turned to, you know, the fact that we now know that he had gone to the urgent care that morning.
Yeah.
So yeah, add to that we didn't see him at all,
Right.
ever, until the 23rd of November.
That's interesting. Wonder why. That's weird.
So he was apparently diagnosed with Ramsay-Hunt syndrome.
Yeah, I heard that. Hold on here.
It looks like it's a bunch of churchy bus.
All right. Let me see here. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. So I'll get the ones that I can, you guys, and we'll break those down. No worries. We may miss one or two, but for the most part, we'll have them all. Okay. Now, all right, let's go to this one here. I'll go with this one for now, and then I think there is one before this based on what Eddie was just saying too, and we'll bounce back to that one. All right, here we go.
University of Idaho students. Police now sifting through hundreds of tips, thousands of pieces of evidence. Our Kana Whitworth has been on this story for us. Spoke with the father now of one of the victims. Kana, good morning.
Hey, TJ, good morning. Kaylee Gonzalez's father told me they moved to this region of Idaho because it was safe. There had not been a homicide in Moscow in 7 years. And now this morning, he tells me the only thing worse than losing his daughter, her best friend, and 2 others is not knowing why or who is responsible.
This morning, students on edge at the University of Idaho as the search for the killer in that brutal quadruple homicide enters its 3rd week.
It is disconcerting that there is somebody out there who's done such a horrible thing and they haven't been caught.
The school posting this notice on social media Monday, writing increased security will be on site for the remainder of the semester. Steve Gonzalez, the father of one of the victims, 21-year-old Kaylee, now shedding new light on what happened that night in his first sit-down interview.
It was fast, and nobody suffered and nobody felt like that kind of pain.
2 other roommates survived on the ground floor, waking up several hours later, calling friends over when their roommates were unresponsive.
Do you know the reason why the initial concern was that a roommate was passed out?
I know the girls reached out via texting and calling, so I can only assume that by the phones being ignored, knowing how my daughter is not going to ignore calls and texting.
Officials maintain the murders happened between 3 and 4 a.m. and that the first 911 call was made around noon. Just hours later, Steve was informed of his daughter's death, not by police, but by family members on campus.
Let's call Maddie. And then you realize Maddie's gone too.
Madison Mogan was Kaylee's lifelong best friend. The pair seen together in their final hours of life, laughing and ordering late-night food before getting a ride home together in what Steve described as a sorority-designated driver service.
You can't imagine sending your girl to college and then they come back in an urn.
And now, the families of the victims growing frustrated by the lack of answers.
I haven't earned the ability to grieve the way that I want to grieve. I want to be able to have justice first.
Now, Steve says that he does plan to speak at the candlelight vigil tomorrow. He went on to say he doesn't want the city of Moscow to fall apart over this. And TJ, in a show of solidarity, that candlelight vigil will be held in various locations across this entire state.
All right, Kana, we thank you so much. And
Okay, before we drop this down, in case we have to back up, what do we got here with this one, bud? What do you think?
So that was November 29th with Good Morning America.
Yes.
It was fast. Nobody suffered.
Right. And if that was it, that was like not even, was it about roughly a little more than a week after this happened. And did you hear how he said he knew about the phone calls that were missed, that the survivors calling the other phones? That was something that, at least that's how I took it.
It was vague. It was like they were texting, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Huh. I think he had one right before this, done one. But still.
The girls reached out via texting and calling.
Yeah.
Is what he said. So I can only assume by the phones being ignored.
Yep. Yeah. Quite interesting. Let me make sure of, no, that's all there was. Okay. So it sounds like he had some form of info in the very beginning.
Yeah, he's getting information. He's
yeah, he was definitely different, to be real. I'll say
talking
that.
about if they felt pain, right, or not.
Yeah, right.
And never sharing how he comes to believe that. I mean, so like if someone were to ask any one of us who are following this case at that time, and we said that, like if you said that, like I don't think they felt any pain. And then you'd probably want to qualify that. You'd be probably inwardly, you'd feel compelled to say, well, I'm saying that because I'm under the assumption that they were all sleeping as per what the coroner has said or whatever, right?
Yes, sir, for sure. Sorry, I thought I was muted, didn't hear you. So this one actually came out before that one. This was on my birthday of that year, November 23rd.
Well, you found the November 23rd?
Yep, right here.
So I think my point, just to finish my point on that, is because he didn't follow it up or qualify why he's saying it's like it's definitive. It's like it's absolute, take it to the bank. They didn't feel any pain.
Right.
He didn't qualify that. That tells me that is not how he got that information, is by the same as you or I would get the information, just listening to what's out there on the news. He's got a source, and he's probably keeping that source to himself.
Mm-hmm. Here's the thing, though, Eddie. I'm going to have to disagree with that about no one suffering. You know why? We know for a simple fact that at least Xana and Kaylee were fighting. That's suffering, as far as I'm concerned. Getting slashed and stabbed and hit and beat and all that other stuff. And as far as I'm concerned, that's suffering. Ethan was carved up. I mean, that's suffering to me. It wasn't quick. Okay? That's not quick to me. Am I wrong by saying that or what?
Yeah, that is absolutely suffering.
Mm-hmm. And it's definitely not quick. So this sounds to me like it was something he was told, which I understand. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to clarify something. If he was told that to make him feel better about what happened with his child, I understand. That's awesome. It helps to take some of the suffering away as far as the parent goes. But is it true? I don't believe so. Not at all. Not what we know now.
I mean,
So
we don't need to do a deep dive into what suffering is or isn't. I mean, but
no.
like, okay, falling, you know, your parachute doesn't open and you hit the ground. Well, that's not suffering. But it is on the way down, you know, it not physical but mental. But okay, here's true not suffering. The Ocean Gate, you know, the Titanic sub disaster thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
That is not suffering. You're aware
No,
of
it just
only good thoughts one moment and then you're just gone the next is
Mhm.
literally not suffering. And that's about the only thing that qualifies as not suffering.
Yeah, instant without knowing anything is agreed. That's a fact. So, and I'm glad that he was told that as a parent. I'll tell you right now, that does take away some of the strain and the mental duress that can be caused by knowing that your child went through this. So I'll say that much. But we now know the difference, like I'm stating at this point, and I'm sure he does too. Yeah. So that's, you know, that's one point we know now at this point. To me, Ethan got it the worst of it. I think that Kaylee and Ethan and Xana, all three, probably got it really bad. Okay. Which again, in my opinion, knowing that there was at least two people in that house doing it at the minimum, two suspects doing this, that, you know, makes some sense there. But yeah. I don't know, Walk-In. I think Ethan was the quickest one, probably, knowing that his neck was slit and that they cut through that jugular vein. That's a real quick bleed out, I promise you. There's going to be very little suffering, if any at all. That would be the fastest, I would think. Now, we do know that Xana and Kaylee fought for their lives. Like they said in Xana's room, there was one hell of a fight, blah, blah, blah. That was probably a lot of suffering, as well as what Kaylee went through, too, very sadly. Hopes are is that some of them didn't have to suffer. You know, I think Maddie may have just been killed and that was that in her sleep. And hopefully she didn't suffer. That's sad. Yeah, but like you said, yet nobody saw blood. It is crazy. I do agree. Yeah, and again, Tomboy said this time of death is odd to me. Quick to jump at the exact time of death. Well, we don't know that. Now they also said in this that the murders happened between the hours or that last one, I'm sorry, between the hours of 3 and 4, if you remember that, which has changed now. Or has it? It's changed in the documents. But I don't know 100%. I still don't know if I believe that 100% that it's changed from 4 to 4:20 or to 3 to 4. I don't know. I have trust issues now. I think we all do. No, they never did change the time of death, though. You're right. It was noon. Go ahead, Eddie.
So in this one, what I've noticed is the way, you know, like you when you edit a photo, you can. So if there's a lot of like, I don't know, you take like a picture of a tree that's in the distance and it's a lone tree in a field. So there's just nothing but a tree. And then you take it and then there's tree and then there's nothing all around it. So when you edit it, you get rid of all that nothingness around it and you try to make it closer, right? That's
right.
Okay. Well, notice how this seems like they keep the right side of him kind of clipped out of frame.
Yeah, he's out of the picture. I don't know if it's because of the room that they had to sit in together. They're sitting around a table. I don't know how tight it was in there, but
Well,
yeah.
who knows? Yeah, who knows why? And that's the thing, is we don't know why. And a lot of these interviews, there's so much editing going on.
Yeah, that's true. They could have had Christy could have been on the other side of him and didn't want to be in the camera shot because she couldn't handle it. They could have had their attorney on the other side there. But they do a lot of editing. You are correct. We don't know what they take out. That's very true.
Yeah. So that's just what I noticed.
Very true. It is a real thing. Beep beep. Yes, that happened. Based in the court doc. At least it says it in the documents now. So yes. All right, I'm gonna go with this one now. So yeah, this was November 23rd of 2022, folks. This is the first time I believe that we see Olivia, and of course Steve Jr.'s in this one.
This is the first time we see Steve.
Or Steve, not the first time we see Olivia, right?
Me?
How you guys doing?
Me? It's not real yet. I'm a bit in denial. I'm hoping for justice. That's why I'm trying to switch myself into that mode to try to find some justice. That's where I'm at.
I get it. Steve, Olivia?
Yeah, I just know my sister, she was a hard worker, and just sitting in my bed and crying myself to sleep isn't gonna do her any justice. And that's not what she'd want me to do. She'd want me to stay active and doing what I can to spread her message and hope that we can find this suspect or suspects. And that's how I feel.
I get it. I get it. She's got a great smile. We keep showing that picture. I know your family's been frustrated with the investigation so far, understandably so. Here we are a week and a half out, and really not much information about this. Does not appear to be a suspect. Tell me, Olivia, what specifically you've been frustrated with, because you did your own work here. For instance, you found video of the food truck, for example, where two of the victims were seen the same night as this killing.
Yeah, I would say, I think that obviously this is extremely personal for us, and we treated it that way from the very get-go. I know how valuable those first 48, 72 hours are. And I can only hope that the police also know how valuable that is, and that they have a lot of information there that just isn't public right now. I will say the one lingering frustration I have is the timeline. I know it's semantics, but my sisters got home at 1:56. It wasn't 1:45. I know it might not seem significant, but when we're looking for camera, when we're looking for dash footage, when we're looking for any of those things, I do feel that it is valuable, and they did get home at 1:56. It was not 1:45.
Right. Well, there's one detail there. Kaylee's mother has said she believes that the suspect, the killer, is someone Kaylee knew very well, and that the killer might even be at the vigil. Remarkable. I wonder, Steve, do you share that view?
It's speculation. My daughter was very popular. It seemed like everyone that I talked to said she knew everyone. They had parties. They were college kids. They were about to graduate. Yeah. So somebody could have partied in the house and got an idea or got the confidence to pull that off.
Steve, this question of a stalker, and I'm very conscious with this story of how many rumors have been circulating, and a lot of those rumors turn out to not be true. But Stephen, this discussion of the possibility she may have had a stalker, have police been able to stand that up, or not? They seem to be knocking that down.
Yeah, it seems to be knocked down. Obviously, any of that information would be new to us as well. Kaylee FaceTimed me. She didn't call or text. She FaceTimed me for literally hours, almost every single day. And she was extremely cautious. She was very vigilant. I think that she really would have noticed something, and she would have said it to us. She wasn't
Pause.
to get us involved in.
So I've noticed something. His phrasing, he said, someone, like someone who might have been there at a party, could have got the confidence to pull it off.
Right.
Notice the wording way back then. It's almost like a stunt, to pull it off. That is, at that time, it meant nothing, but just reflecting back, that is unusual.
Agreed. Yeah. Agreed.
What does it mean? I don't know. It's just
definitely something you wouldn't expect to be hearing at this venture.
I would. That's a weird way to say it, now reflecting back.
Sure. Agreed. Welcome, Danielle. No, you're on point with that. And this is the first time we hear For sure, Olivia State, I believe the 1:56 a.m. is when they got home, not 1:45. And that was November 23rd to 22, so like a week and a half out. So there's that as well.
Yeah, and additionally, it's a lone perpetrator too. Notice in that phrasing.
Yeah,
The
definitely.
mindset is a lone boogeyman.
Yeah, Steve says he, not they, he. So,
And I'm sorry, it's just at that point, it would be
even back then.
like if this happened to any one of us, right? If we knew, if we were in a close circle and this happened, your mindset would be not singular but plural. It's they. Knowing nothing about, all the details, you're not the investigator, you weren't in there, but it's just the mindset would have to be, because this is a quadruple homicide.
Right.
It just naturally would gravitate to they. Just saying.
Marv said he's the alleged perpetrator, but I don't think he knew the students beforehand. Gotcha. But yeah, no, I got you, Eddie. You're right. But like I said, even then, folks, at that point, that Brent Dispenser, a week and a half out, he's saying he, as in there's a lone perpetrator, as if you know that already. But and
of course, keep in mind this is the 23rd, so we've already had all 3 press conferences.
Yeah, we're gonna back up to those 2.
Yeah.
And
unless we know, okay, 7:18 a.m. So we've had 2, and we're about to have the 3rd at the time of this interview.
Right. Absolutely. I can't remember, Angel. We'll find out here in a second, though. And that's what I'm saying, walking in. They started feeding it from the very beginning, the narrative of the lone perpetrator. And there's proof right there. So, all right, let's move on with this.
In her life in any capacity like that.
I know you're frustrated with how much and how information, developments in the investigation are being shared with the public. Are they sharing anything with you that they're not sharing publicly in light of the fact that this was your sister, this was your daughter?
I'm not getting anything. They're not sharing much with me. I know that there's a separation in duties there. They do have the FBI now, so I don't know how much the individuals that I'm talking with, which are the local, are actually exercising their different jurisdictions. I think they might not know a lot because, they have briefings, and if they haven't had a briefing, they probably don't know exactly what's going on.
Are they contacting you at all? Are they keeping you updated more than they are, say, on the website or with these press briefings?
To be honest, they're not. I mean, yesterday I asked about the stalker question and they couldn't confirm anything. And then today I hear that they're reaching out to the community.
Humphrey, we're going back to all Steve's interviews from the back, way back here to up to now. So yeah, and the press conferences too.
He's saying that there's a stalker involved, so I don't know what to make of that.
It's
a lot of
sorry, go ahead, Steve.
Purposely, they're just so vague with everything that they say, and then they like slowly peel it back layer until you like find the real story. It all started with a sharp-edged weapon. What was the use in telling the community that a sharp-edged weapon was used instead of just coming out and telling us that it was a knife from the beginning? I don't understand the purposeness of being so vague. You're not holding the integrity of the case together by not telling anybody anything.
I understand you have frustrations for how police and investigators have handled the crime scene. What are those frustrations specifically?
Well, they expanded it, and there was volunteers that walked around, and they disclosed that they were looking and found different things. So, they did share with me that may have more to do with keeping cameras out than it actually does with evidence gathering. So I hope that is indeed the case, because it would be pretty disheartening a week later to know that they didn't have the right crime scene.
one of the mother of one of the surviving roommates, so reminding our viewers, there were 2 roommates who were upstairs and survived this, told a reporter that those roommates heard something that night. Have you been told? Have you heard from sharing with other relatives of the other victims what that was exactly?
No, I would say for us that we did hear those rumors, but right now we can only leave it at that. None of that has ever been confirmed to us.
We have not spoke with the roommates.
Yeah.
The surviving roommates, and they were downstairs, just to clarify that for you, sir.
Okay, downstairs, right, on a different floor from where it appears where the murders took place. One consistent thing, and granted, there's been some, changes, as you note, in how the police have described this. One consistent descriptor has been that the attack was targeted. Do you know if police believe one person in the house was the target of this attack, or all 4?
I've been told it's one, but then again, there's the vagueness. Like, it's like purposely vague, I'm hoping, but it confuses everyone.
Yeah.
Because nobody knows what that really means, other than maybe somebody had a different kind of attack footprint.
Yeah.
So, I feel like we just want some more. We all want to play a part in helping, and we can't play a part if we don't have any real substantial information to work from.
Yeah, I get it. You want to help. I mean, Olivia, you found video that has been helpful in this investigation. I'm sure you do want to help. Has anyone indicated to you that if it was indeed one person targeted, was Kaylee the target? Has anybody shared that with you?
They won't confirm who that was to us.
The police, that is.
We've heard the rumors that that's the case, but it's just a rumor at this point.
Tons and tons of rumors, but nothing from the police.
And I'll say I think a lot of those rumors do stem from all of the vagueness, and it's human nature to want answers. It's human nature to kind of put forth a theory so that you can even comprehend it in your brain. And so I think that's how we're getting all of some of these really, really off the wall theories, and some of these theories like Kaylee had a stalker, that even we're sitting here scratching our heads saying, no, it couldn't be. If it was, it would be news to us.
I am sure it is frustrating. Your family has been very outspoken in support of Jack. He's Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. And on the Moscow police website, he is not listed, notably, as someone who has been cleared in the investigation. To your knowledge, is that significant?
No, I don't personally think so, because I think that there's the entire rest of the world that's also not on that list of people who have been cleared, including Maddie's boyfriend, including any associates of Xana or Ethan that might not be involved. I don't find that significant at all.
And there were a number of phone calls to him that night, and you say that would have been typical behavior for Kaylee, that she often would call friends, folks, for a whole bunch of things.
At any time, multiple times, until I would pick up at 3 a.m. and be like, Kaylee, what?
And some of the last footage of her at that food court, she's on her phone 24/7 filming the whole thing. So she lived on that phone. So
it sounds like you're saying that the delays here in sharing information, the delays in, well, frankly, making more progress on the investigation, mean the police have lost their best opportunity, right? I think, Olivia, you were saying that those early hours and days are key. That's when you can make real progress. Do you believe that they've missed their best chance here, or may have?
Not only is that's just not a matter of opinion, that's a matter of fact. If you look statistically at homicide cases, those first 10 days are so incredibly important in finding a suspect. They determine almost 9 out of 10 times, I believe it was, if you find a suspect. So that's not very encouraging to hear that they want to cast this wide net of suspects now, and people we know have no involvement.
That was kind of interesting. So you can tell there at that point that even then, Olivia was very much about standing up for Jack before, regardless. She didn't want to hear nothing about that stuff. And that's fine. Yes, I did see that, Jennifer. Or I noticed that. Yes, absolutely. So, what are the rest of your thoughts on this, Eddie?
So they mentioned, the expanding of the crime scene. Again, this interview was done on the 23rd of November. They expanded the crime scene on the 21st. So he mentioned that he was told the reason for expanding the crime scene is not so much to find new evidence. It was more to keep the prying eyes. And I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember exactly what he said, but to keep people from being able to see.
Yeah, to keep cameras and stuff out instead.
And I believe that. That I do believe.
Makes sense. Yes, I agree.
They've still been fed they're on the first floor of the multi-level house.
Right.
Story.
Agreed. Hold on, I'm just typing it. Keep going. All right.
And notice how things change with time. So right at this interview, they're already like, this has taken so long, and we were, of course, of that same mindset. Because we're living it, we're experiencing, and it seems like eternity, the passing of one day to the next day. And still nobody's been apprehended. So now reflecting back, of course, they got him so quickly. They did such a great job. They arrested him December 30th.
Yeah.
They were so fast. It's just interesting.
Agreed. Thank you so much, Circus Music, for the super chat. Says, is it true? Yes, it is down. And it's kind of ironic that it's down after that hearing was had, the private hearing. I think that had something to do with it. I truly do. Thank you so much, Circus, for that. I appreciate it very much.
But I don't know anything about Ramsay Hunt syndrome. So this was how many days? So here we are, November 3rd. That's 10 days. We'll just call it. This is the 23rd. So
yeah, I did find this one.
I don't know. What did I hear? There's swelling of the face, or a rash on the face, or a redness, something to do with.
Yeah.
Has anyone done a deep dive on this?
No, I have not. Unfortunately, no.
So does it just come and go that quick? Is that?
That I don't know about. I'm not real familiar with that. What was it called again? Say the whole thing again.
Ramsay Hunt syndrome.
There we go. I'll have to look into it because I've never looked into it yet. So I will though.
You just type it in, Ramsay, and then go images, right, and see.
Yeah, 100%. Give me a second here, you guys. One quick second here. Let's see here. All right.
Oh, paralysis, 2 of the face.
It is a neurological situation. Let's see here. All right, guys. So here we have. I've heard the name, but I've never had to look it up or get involved with it. So Ramsay Hunt syndrome is herpes zoster oticus. It's a form of herpes, huh? Occurs when a shingles outbreak affects the shingles, which is almost shingles is for anybody that didn't realize it, is chicken pox, shingles, herpes zoster, things like that. When a shingles outbreak affects the facial nerve near one of your ears, in addition to the painful shingles rash, Ramsay-Hunt syndrome can cause facial paralysis and hearing loss in the affected ear. Ramsay-Hunt syndrome is caused by the same virus that causes chickenpox. After chickenpox clears, the virus still lives in your nerves years later. It may reactivate. When it does, it can affect your facial nerves. Prompt treatment of Ramsay-Hunt syndrome can reduce the risk of complications, which can include permanent facial muscle weakness and deafness. The two main signs and symptoms of Ramsay-Hunt syndromes are painful red rash with fluid-filled blisters on it and around one ear, facial weakness or paralysis on the same side of affected ear. Usually the rash and facial paralysis occurs at the same time. Sometimes one can happen before the other. Other times the rash never occurs. If you have Ramsay-Hunt syndrome, you might also experience ear pain, hearing loss, ringing in your ears, tinnitus, difficulty closing one eye, sensation of spinning or moving with vertigo, a change of taste perception or loss of taste, dry mouth and eyes. And this just kind of shows what it could look like, almost like a stroke victim per se, with the sagging face, asymmetrical facial muscle tones, inability to close your eye, resulting in irritation because, it's dried out, asymmetrical smile, and the facial paralysis. And when to see a doctor? Okay, well, that happens whenever, that. The causes are when you've had chickenpox. Once you recover from chickenpox, the virus will stay in your body, which is true, sometimes reactivating years later to cause shingles, which is a very, very painful scenario if you ever get it. A painful rash with fluid-filled blisters. Ramsay-Hunt syndrome is a shingles outbreak that affects the facial nerve near one of your ears. A lot of people that have had shingles that I know of, it affects like parts of your back and stuff like that. Mostly. This is a whole different version, and it's just as painful, just so you guys know. But this affects other things. The facial nerve, like I said, one of your ears. It can also cause one-sided facial paralysis, like it says. Anyone who's ever had chickenpox, who's never had the chickenpox vaccine, can be affected. Anyone with a weak immune system, newborns, pregnant women, and complications from this could include eye damage, post-therapeutic neuralgia, which is a painful condition that occurs when shingles infection damages the nerve fibers. The messages sent by these nerve fibers become confused and exaggerated, causing pain that may last long after other signs and symptoms. So to prevent it, basically, you just have to treat it per se. And a shingles vaccine for people 50 or older is also recommended. So that's basically what it is. It's a version of shingles that is has a neurological aspect to it. For those of you that didn't know, I'm one, and this is kind of how it affects your face here, as it shows where these nerve endings are, so on and so forth.
And again, the reason why it was brought up is so we learned that on that morning being November 13th, 2022, Steve woke up and had to go to urgent care. And we learned that on April 7th, 2024. That was the first time that we heard of this. He was on panel with the interview room. That's
right.
The YouTube channel. So again, April 7th, 2024. That's when we learned it.
Very true. Very true. Welcome, Doc. Thank you for being here. And yes, that is true. You do have to have had chickenpox to be able to get shingles. Very true. Thank you, Doc. All right. This is I found this one. Like I said, some of these are before and after. This was November 18th, guys. 4 days after. This was with Inside Edition. I believe this is Olivia. We're mainly focusing on Steve's interviews, but I'll take this one too. And welcome, peace is needed. Thank you for joining us. It's all good.
Focusing their attention on the brutal slayings of 4 college kids.
How do you kill 4 people?
with a knife. We're learning about another strange detail in this case.
My most immediate question is, where's the suspect?
Dozens of websites and postings from armchair detectives are springing up, and some of the best-known lawyers and detectives are offering their own theories about what may have happened.
Interesting how 4 students can be overcome by one person with a knife, not a gun.
Olivia Gonzalez isn't waiting for police. She's tracking down her own leads to find her sister Kaylee's killer.
We're not getting any answers, and we're not going to settle for that. Hi.
It was Olivia who found the potentially crucial video of her sister and Madison Mogan at a food truck just hours before they were murdered. She also tracked down their Uber driver.
I found neighbors' Ring camera footage so that I can verify that the Uber driver took her home.
She's also raising questions about why her sister called a young man named Jack multiple times the night she was slain.
At 2:26 a.m., Kaylee starts to call Jack. Kaylee calls Jack 6 times between 2:26 a.m. to 2:44 a.m.
Gosh, I give you a lot of credit. You're almost like a detective here, putting all the pieces together. I spoke with retired detective Phil Waters, who had a 96% clearance rate on homicide cases when he was with the Houston police.
There's no doubt that this is a person who is filled with a type of evil that is incomprehensible.
There were 2 other roommates in the house who walked away from this. How is that possible?
The use of an edged weapon is going to prevent any kind of real sounds that would awaken the other 2 girls. If this person, and it appears to be they are, proficient with an edged weapon, the deaths would have occurred so quickly that there would have been no opportunity for them to cry out.
All right. What are your thoughts on this one, bud?
I'll keep my thoughts to myself concerning that expert.
Oh, yeah. I got you. Hey, 300 laps. Good to see you. And Donkey, welcome. All right. Let's see something here. Hold on. One second, folks.
Go
ahead, bud.
I'll speak a little bit about it while you're looking that up. The experts. This whole thing has been a plague of these experts all the way along this entire journey. Mm-hmm. And they're all in step with their opinion. And that is not by chance. This is design. Again, I've said this before, but the jury is going to be, even if they know the truth, the pressure against them to find some way to get a guilty verdict is going to be so great, because that is what is expected of them. It's like if there's a stampede, how do you, if there's a 1,000 in the stampede and they're all going one direction, how do you go against the direction of the stampede and go contrary to what's happening? That is what this is like. It's like swimming against the current. There's just no way it can be done. Is this static on my end, or is that Sergeant Friday's
phone? Hold on.
Do you hear it, or is it just on my end? There, it's gone.
Oh, I've been muted.
I hear you. Still.
No, you're good. No, I think it's gone.
Yeah, it shouldn't be me. I'm usually pretty clear.
No.
Well.
No, it is coming.
Yeah, there is still.
It was coming from you, Sarge. I don't know what it is. It's very slight, but it's in the background there somewhere. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Is it really? That's weird. I shouldn't have any static.
It's just it's not as dramatic as it was in the beginning, but it's. Hold on a minute. Let me try something one more time.
And you know what these experts are going to be doing, by the way, while you're trying that, Dago? I have to just say this. I've said it before, but during this trial, it's like, can you all imagine yourself if you were litigating this and you had a good day in court? You made your points, and you, for the defense, did, you batted 1,000, as they say. You hit it out of the park. These experts are going to recap the day at court, and they're going to say the spin. Can you imagine, Dago, if you had a great day in court and then only to turn on your TV set and then to hear how you botched it, which is quite the opposite of the truth, but that is what's being told on the broadcast out there to everybody, is the spin of your argument. And none of it's true.
Right. No, I got you. Yeah, that would be one hell of a slap in the face.
Not only that, but that's going to be detrimental to his case, too. It's going to be happening in real time. It's not just this book that's coming out. It's not, how many days before trial there's going to be another big hit piece.
Yeah.
It's going to be daily.
There's a lot of people that don't pay attention to this,
Right. What's that?
The majority of the world don't pay attention to this, Adam.
Right.
Well,
sadly,
I disagree.
Okay.
And
most people in true crime, I mean, there isn't 10 million people a day looking at true crime channels.
Well, okay. Well, I'll
Viewership
give you a
isn't
chance,
that
but I'm going to
significant.
challenge you to finish your point on that. So, I know there's. Are you talking like statistics or mathematics? Like, there's 8 billion of us, so
Right.
not enough, not a high enough
number's wrong.
percent.
That number's wrong. They just corrected China's population is way less than what they've been telling us. But anyway, but here's the thing: is that there's so many people that don't pay attention to this. There's a lot of people that have a daily life that doesn't include the free time that we are able to invest in this, right?
That part's true, yes.
But that is my point. Is they're not going to invest the time and energy that we do to follow this case. They just give me the recap, please. So, that's the lazy person's way to learn about what's happening in this trial, and that is what they're going to be viewing. That is my point. And regardless of if no one, quote unquote, no one is following this case, it's still going to be detrimental, is my point.
Well, there's obstacles to overcome. There's no question about that. When you say detrimental, that's what I see as obstacles. However, there's nowhere that the state can place his car and identify that directly as being his car.
You just change the topic. What are we talking about now?
Well, we're talking about the jury, right? You're talking about the jury and how detrimental these experts are going to be to what happens in that courtroom, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I caught just a piece of the conversation. I'm off base here. But I think you've got to put a little faith in the fact that the jury pool they're going to pull from is going to be hundreds. This isn't going to be just 12 random people. These people are all going to be interviewed and questioned. And if need be, there's going to be people that investigate. There's going to be a professional in the courtroom that'll tell you that person's lying. They paid more attention to it than they just admitted. So you're going to have that take place in this type of a trial. And I really don't think that the expert testimony, I don't think anybody at all can say that that's Brian Koberger's car for sure. And that's a problem in a death penalty case. Because without being able to place him in the home, the DNA goes all the way back to what it is originally. It's circumstantial. It isn't direct evidence that he committed the crime. You can see it any way you want, but you can't see it as direct evidence of a murder. So I still stand on the shoreline that says that this guy's got a fair shot at beating this outright, either a hung jury or an acquittal. It's tough when you don't got solid evidence to place somebody at that crime scene, man.
It is. But based on, I agree with both of you again.
Well, that is never. I mean, in a right side up world. I mean, yeah, this is not a right side up world, though. This has never been their strategy, though.
No. I agree with you. The strategy of the prosecution is always like they do in all these criminal prosecutions that are weak. they get the public to hate the defendant and view the defendant through this small little window that they've claimed is the defendant.
Trial by media.
Right.
Right.
Trial by ambush. Yes.
Yep. 100%. And that's
They're
all
going to convict him before the trial.
Look, I honestly think just this is something of a word of encouragement that may mean nothing. But I think for the first time, Judge Hippler is starting to understand that this case is pure circumstance, and the circumstance may not be making as much sense to him as it did in the beginning.
Well, I'm glad you said that. I was going to bring that up today too, you guys. I think after the Dateline this scenario happened, okay, I think it's made him think maybe a little bit more back to the Cy Ray statement in the affidavit. And I think, again, like I said before, this is going to make him look like an ass. If anything else, it's going to make him look bad, okay? And that can't happen. In his eyes, that can't happen. So I think, and I feel like he's going to start leaning in some senses towards, because he knows that the leak came via the prosecution side of things, in my opinion. That's a fact. He stated that clearly in his affidavit. And I feel like it's almost like he's going to have to do something, if that, for lack of a better way to state that. But I feel like he feels like he's going to have to do something to even the playing field, if that makes any sense. So that is the thought I've had recently after the Dateline hit piece came out. So I do have that feeling. I don't know what you guys think of that, but I do feel like that's something that he may be seeing at this point. And I wonder if it's going to make him refer back to what Cy said in that statement. Okay. And if there in turn is going to be something that comes from that now.
I don't know what Cy Ray's statement. I don't remember exactly what his statement was. I know the judge didn't like it, but
he basically bigger being covered up here.
Pardon?
He basically stated that he has, from what he's seen, never in 30 years has he ever seen such a blatant misrepresentation from a prosecution. And he said that in his worry is that there's something way bigger being covered up here. That was Cy's statement.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree. That's what we know that, okay, obviously. But and I think that he's going to have to refer back to that statement now that we've seen come from Dateline, the leak, and all this other bullshit, that he's going to have to go, okay.
I think you're going to have two outcomes here. One is going to be innocent, and the other is going to be a mistrial.
Well,
you're going to get a juror that's hung up on this, because it's hard to send a man to a shooting gallery, right? An execution squad by firing squad, right? When you can't place him at that house during the time of the crime. So that's going to be hard. There's going to be somebody with a conscience that's going to be, I'm sorry, but they can't convince me that kid was there. The defense showed us that none of these images portrayed by the police can actually identify the accused.
Yeah.
So, okay. I know there may be what they're calling DNA at the scene, but there's all that other DNA too. What about those people? There is going to be somebody or somebodies that will not sit well with.
That I agree with at this point. I do.
Does that seem fair to you, Eddie? I mean, reasonable at least?
That does. Do I have the trust and confidence that that's the way the reality of this is going to be in this case? I don't.
Well,
everything you said was true, but.
Well, let's not forget that what Steve's World Tour and the Dateline piece is obvious jury tampering. Okay, they're trying to taint the jury, so that's been stopped at this point. And I do believe after the hearing, I think it was yesterday or today, that was had, and then all of a sudden the G's Facebook page goes down. I think there's a link to that. I think they were told, you better shut it down. You better stop saying these things. You better stop putting this stuff out if that's the case. But at this point, the damage is done. So
just to finish my point real quick on that, it's why I've said all along, and from a long time ago, it's probably been 2.5 years since I've been saying this. That is one way we know that he's being framed, is that very reason, because that is not how a prosecutor brings his case to trial.
Right.
By the evidence that they have here, or the lack thereof.
Mm-hmm.
but yet they are.
You have to take a leap of faith to execute this guy with the prosecutor's case. Is that's fair?
Yeah. If I understand what you're saying, yeah.
I didn't understand what you're saying.
So what I'm saying is that you have to take a leap of faith that that's his car. And all the times they want to suggest that's his car.
Oh, yeah. Me as a juror, yes.
Yeah,
of
yeah.
course.
And then
Yeah.
you also has to take a leap of faith when they're telling you right off the bat that the car wasn't any more than 300 yards away from the house. They never got the car near the house. Ever. And all of the 23 trips that they're going to record, there's going to be 23 reasons why those trips were made and how they had nothing to do with that home. You can't, I mean, you got to realize that the defense, in a case that's circumstantial, your best evidence is the evidence being used to hurt you. And I said this right in the very beginning, Eddie. His alibi is, in fact, the investigation. They provide an alibi for him. He doesn't have to say a word. That 7-minute delay is everything. Because initially, when you look at just that delay, it's not hard to get someone to understand when something like this is said to you. The vehicle that they tracked on its way to Moscow is provably not Brian Koberger's vehicle. And yet the car that they continue to refer to originates on its way to Moscow.
I get everything you're saying.
Right.
But my
Okay,
point,
listen,
what I'm saying is it feels to me like somewhere inside of you, you have this belief that the end result of this trial is going to be legit. The outcome is going to be true and right.
No, that's not it at all. I'm not believing that. I'm telling you from my experience in courts and trials that when a case is presented to a jury, and I think Ann's capable of doing it properly, some of what here's an example. Everything I said she was going to do or should do, she did. So I do have some understanding here, Eddie. I predicted the move she was going to make, the way she could appeal it, how she was going to try to turn the cops' own work against them. But when you're in front of a jury with that same data that she's already parsed through, it's going to be hard to convince 12 people unequivocally that Brian was the sole perpetrator of this crime.
Even if
They
it's a
must
tainted
come to
juror.
that conclusion. They must conclude he's the only person involved. And there's too much reasonable doubt to argue that he could only be the only person. If we come up with separate wounds and different weapons, if you see, there's just so much here that it's not a matter of me. I don't believe anything. I just think, and I think that based on my own experience, that when you present a case to a jury, especially a case like this, where everything is circumstantial, there is not one single thing that places him in the home. You got an uphill battle, brother.
You don't have to take any time and try to convince me that this is a circumstantial case. They have nothing. I mean, you'd be better off just looking in the mirror and talking to yourself, because that's who you're talking to. I get it. I'm in step with you.
Well,
they're still gonna find him guilty.
Well, I think what the difference in our views of this is, I think if there was a single piece of evidence that really could nail this down to beyond a reasonable doubt, even if it was questionable but reasonable, then I would agree with you on the matter of fact and thought. But I don't believe one way or the other that he's innocent or guilty, or that this jury has got a predetermined outcome. I don't believe any of that. And I think you do. I think you really believe that and you're right, the country is fucked up. Our judicial system is upside down. This whole thing is a mess. I still, unfortunately, have faith that faith is maybe a form of belief that there are people in our country that aren't just going to send some kid to a firing squad because you think that's his car, when there's 7 other DNA samples in the house and none of those people are present, and you're going to accuse him of being the sole perpetrator. That's an issue that's going to be hard for a juror to say, yeah, kill this guy.
I think one thing you have to throw into that combination real quick too is the fact that it's been called out so many times now, and that it keeps being called out, that it's been noticed by the world at this point, that there's a problem here. It's very, very, way too evident. It's there. Okay, so that's something else that needs to be taken into account. That if he were to be found guilty, it's going to cause mass chaos. Okay, so I almost feel like they have to kind of follow because I know where Eddie's at with this. I'm there with him on that aspect too, but I also, I get what you're saying, Sarge, because
One thing I would do that Ann won't do is I would call Steve Gonzalez to the stand.
Yeah.
And I would replay his interviews on TV and the accusations he made against his client, and then show the true evidence that shows that to be false statements.
Which is what we're doing today, actually. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
should be presented to the jury, Eddie. If she does something to that effect, if she actually carries out her duty as an attorney, then there should be a reasonable doubt left behind for the jury. At least some, if not all of the jurors. That's the only point I'm trying to make. And I do have faith in other people. I guess maybe that's why my one failing in life is I do think that there are good people in our country.
And that's true. I'm with you on. That's why I agree with both of you. But I see where Eddie's coming from at the same time because of the way everything else is played out. So, I get that part. Here's the reason. Another reason why we watched this happen in Delphi. Okay, we watched almost the same thing happen in Delphi, and I told you the other day, I feel like something, in my opinion, that Brian
did.
Okay,
He confessed though, didn't he?
He confessed, but it was under duress.
Wait, stop right there. He did confess, did he not?
Agreed. Yeah.
Okay, and that's a big mitigating circumstance. Just so you know, because reasonable people like me, Eddie, and you don't understand how anybody could do that if they didn't commit the crime. You're asking someone now to jump off a cliff with you and hold your hand. That in and of itself is almost an insurmountable hill to climb. There is no such thing like this in the Kohberger case. So you can't really refer to how the jury behaved there and interpret and extrapolate that to what will happen here, because you have no admittance. All you have from Kohberger is I didn't do it.
Well,
let me ask you this, Sergeant.
Yes.
Is there a propaganda campaign against Brian Kohberger?
Oh yeah.
So what I say to that is this: it cannot be both of these things. It cannot be that he is truly guilty and that he requires this level of illusion of guilt through this propaganda campaign. It can't be both. So hopefully I said that so everyone understands it. It's pretty basic. It's as simple as it gets here. He is innocent, and that is how we know he is innocent. And this case is not normal. This is a frame job and a cover-up.
This is how too many courts in the country act, Eddie. You're right. Look at it. It's been poisoned. I mean, look what's going on currently, and people may not like politics, but a district court has no way to interfere with foreign policy. What are they doing, Eddie? Every fucking day they're interfering with foreign policy.
Well, the reason
who do these judges think they are? Who do these courts think they are? And you're right. That's a problem in our society. However, a skilled attorney arguing this case should be able to show the jurors that there's reasonable doubt to the extent that you don't put this man in front of a firing squad.
Well, look at these orders. A reasonable attorney, a very good attorney, has already done that in this case. And I don't care what anyone says.
It's not been to a jury. It's been to a court that has to follow the guidelines and precedent of law set. Right? So your argument to a judge is much different than a jury, Eddie.
Now,
it literally is. It's completely different.
The spin, though, I've heard people take away. She's not making her arguments. If she could do better, she's a public defender, and she's losing. We've all heard it, and it is a mischaracterization. Is the furthest thing from the truth.
Yeah.
Do you realize? Like, I'll give you an example, and this is something I'm only using this as an example. When Trump was convicted of 34 felonies, the prosecutor has the decision to prosecute or not prosecute. It's called there's a term for that. And the court can't stop a prosecutor from attempting to prosecute you. The court can only do its best to maintain that you follow the outlines of the law, you stay within the bounds of the law, and you argue your case based on precedent and existing case law. And that's what ended up happening. And that person ended up getting a conviction that's now been overturned. Okay. But the judge, you would have thought that the judges would have stopped that earlier in the proceedings. And as much as people want to think that doesn't always work out that way, because the prosecutor has the right to bring these charges against you, whether they're legitimate or not, Ed. And so you're arguing within inside of the bounds of the courtroom. When you get in front of a jury, there are limits set, but the determination as to whether it's fair, whether it's correct or inaccurate, will rest on those 12 people, not a judge. And that's where I say that's where the case can be won or lost, and there's an equal chance for it to go either way.
Even if it's a tainted jury?
Well, the jury's going to be interviewed, and they're going to have a massive pool of people to interview, and they're going to have to do their best selecting their jurors. Like an example, to go back to the 34 felonies for Trump. It was a New York City district attorney that ran on getting Trump in a town and area and zip code that never voted for Trump and never would and all hated Trump. And she put it in front of that jury and she won. The same thing in DC with his. But you go to different courts where you have people that are more open to one side and the other. And the jury's ruled on other court rulings. They ruled in favor of the defendant because the defendant's case was legitimate. Now it goes to an appellate court and everything they did to him in New York, even the $500 million fine, has been eradicated, gone.
I get it. So
I hear what you're saying, but there's no jury. I don't think there's a jury that hates Brian Kohlberger that they're not going to be able to sort those haters out as they interview the jurors.
I get it. So you're hopeful that there will be a just verdict by the jury, such as in Delphi, right?
Well, Delphi, again, you had to overcome. He admitted to committing the crime, and that's a big hurdle. You know, this guy, like I've said before, when I was arrested for stealing guns, and my fingerprints were at the scene on the hinges that had to be removed, and I was not indicted because of the reasonability of me being in that area as the painter. Even so, the grand jury wouldn't indict me. So what I'm trying to say to you is that the process is different when you present your case to a jury of 12, and when you don't have the hurdles that you have in other cases. Like Delphi, the hurdle is huge. He admitted to it. Rightly
it's the
or
same
wrong.
case. It's just you're just focusing on one of the little subtle, I guess,
that's not
peculiarities. Well, it is, because in this case, it's got the same hitch. It's just a different hitch. So you're just focusing on he
I'm not just
admitted he did it.
If Brian had ever admitted and then came back and said, "Well, I didn't do it. I was just stressed," then this, no matter what you say,
well,
you're going to
but in this case, in this case, he didn't admit it, but in this case, is a different hitch. They got him with this DNA, you know, but it's the same case. It's just a different trick.
But the DNA is no look. I suggest if you have a streaming service, I really suggest people go back and watch the Perry Mason episodes. There's lots of them. Watch it from the beginning, just watch it through, and see. There's a little fakeness to it, but how the court and how you can present a case to the jury is pretty well represented there. And also, the other good thing about Perry Mason, it shows you how many women commit murder. It's crazy, bro.
Yeah. So we can put you down for it's going to be mistrial, hung jury, or it'll be not guilty.
Or
and we're putting you down for that on the record.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
May 22nd. Gotcha.
To get back to, if I haven't forgotten it, what I was going to say about the reason why I brought Delphi into this, I believe Delphi is a frame job. I believe Delphi is a cover up.
I do too.
Delphi did not allow for the third party defense to be brought in. They definitely, I would imagine, I'm going to call it jury. They tainted the jury because they didn't bring all the information into the case or in front of the case in front of the jury.
But Dago, they didn't really have alternative suspects in Delphi. They could guess.
Oh no. They did though. They had many other alternative suspects. They
were. Wait. They had alternative suspects as far as when we're viewing and looking at it, but as far as evidence to place them on that bridge, who did they have other than Allen?
On the bridge itself, no, but
okay. So here's the difference in this case. You've got DNA on the sheath, 3 samples under her fingernail, 1 on a glove, 1 on a railing, a footprint in the hallway, a glove that was never opened up and examined for transfer DNA. You've got all of these other likely people involved in a crime scene that with such a short, narrow window of time that one has to ask themselves, how does one man with his particular disabilities accomplish all of this and then carve into the legs of a deceased Ethan before he leaves? So
I agree.
what I'm saying is that when the jury is given this information, they have to come to that conclusion that that stuff means nothing. The transfer DNA is all that matters. And I don't think you're going to get 12 people to agree with it.
We get it. We get it. You're talking to us.
I
You're
agree.
talking to all of us that understand it, and you're.
But that's what's going to be
preaching to the
presented
choir.
to the jury. That's going to be what's presented to the jury.
Well,
Not
but yeah, their experts are going to be offset by their experts, and their experts are going to say, "Well, it's
no,
common
their
to have
experts
blood."
can't.
That's
Eddie,
not.
what
that's
expert
not,
can say that that's Brian Kohlberger's car conclusively with no ambiguity? Who can make that statement on the prosecution side? Who can say that? Officer Payne can't. He's already admitted. None of his footage shows conclusively that that's Brian Kohlberger or his car. He's on record under oath saying that.
What I think the problem is, Sarge, with this is I agree with you. That's all there. And I know Eddie does too.
It's all there.
But here's the problem. As we've seen, the entire smear campaign ran nonstop for 2.5 years. The Dateline hit piece, the 48 Hours hit piece, the Nightline hit piece, all of those things came out, okay?
Yeah.
The problem is any jury that they're going to pick, I agree with you, should, as Eddie likes to say in a right set up world, and I hope that they'll see what has happened and they'll say, you know, I'm going to go the right direction with this. I'm not going to play this game. That's what I'm hoping for. I have a 50-50 feeling on this. Is it going to happen or is it not going to happen? Because I go both ways with you. I go, you know, I believe both of you. I agree with both of you is what I'm trying to say. Like, I see where Eddie's saying that he doesn't think it will happen. I feel that way too. But at the same time, I want to feel like I agree with you that it will happen because somebody's going to say, hey, this is fucking insane. This is not the way that this should be. And this is what I think. So that's what I'm saying. I feel 50-50 with both of you guys on this. And I really, truly hope that it goes your direction. But
I'm sure Eddie hopes that too, but I understand what you're saying, Eddie, that all this poisoning of all of these people and all of these interviews and all these has really given this kid no chance in the trial. I get that.
I do want to say though, I hope it's not a mistrial. I don't want there to be a mistrial at all. Okay.
That's why I brought up that orange-haired guy, because I've seen it. We've seen it there. We've seen it. How about the guy that was accused of killing his wife in Florida and the prosecutor held exculpatory evidence and that's back in the racks again.
Yeah.
You're right, Eddie, that the corruption and the poisoning. How come they're not doing this in the Go-Go case? Anybody know why? Because they got enough evidence to drive a nail through that guy's head.
Well, there's corruption.
He's done.
In that way too, though.
He's
So, yeah.
done.
Right.
So they're not out there leaking data. They're not out there talking about it. It's going through the process as it's supposed to go. This case, you're right. It's been highly propagandized to the extreme.
I just pray to God that it goes in the right. That's the jury that they pick has seen everything we've seen by chance and says, you know what, this is crazy. We need to do the right thing here. That's what I'm hoping for.
Look at all the interviews they had with Joe Biden, and how many Americans didn't think he had a mental issue?
Yeah, I know.
The guy's got Alzheimer's.
Right.
Dying of cancer. He's got
cognitive decline. It was the biggest cover-up
in the history of America, and it was propagandized, and we were all told there was nothing wrong with him.
Right.
There's journalists that asked that question, and they got attacked.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very true.
No,
Very
there's a parallel. And the parallel is this. In this case, I've heard it's too big. Imagine the number of people that would have to be involved in this framing or this cover-up. Well, that is how it goes in a framing or a cover-up. All are on board.
Okay.
Think of the size of the cover-up of what we were just discussing. And we don't want to get political, but I mean, let's face it, it happened.
Or like I said the other day, I said before, Eddie, I'm with you on most of that. But remember when I said there's a lot of pawns, I think, in this case that they're on board, but they don't know they're on board. Okay. They're just doing their job.
Yes.
They're told to do certain things. They don't literally know what they're involved in my opinion, per se, to the extent of what it is.
Oh, they know. The ones that are on board, they know what they're doing.
There's certain ones that I'm sure are, but I'm saying I think there's a lot of people that were used as pawns that had no idea. They weren't. That's dangerous to tell everybody that's involved in a situation like this what's going on, in my opinion, because it will blow up somewhere in between. It'll defuse somewhere. Okay. So just keep everybody going in this direction. Point this way. Let's go that way. This is what you got to do. Do your job. Don't say a word. Just move along. And I think a lot of that's going on with this, but because if everybody involved in this situation knew exactly to the T what was going on, somebody's going to step back and go, I can't do this. I'm not going to destroy my career over something like this. Knowing about it on purpose is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I want to point this out too. And this happens in so many cases and so many investigations, and people are guilty of this every day. And that is to the exclusion of all else. They focused on Brian Koberger. Now, that is corruption.
Yes.
That's systemic corruption.
Yes.
And what you're seeing, and you see that in many of these cases, there's so many people on board because they roll with to the exclusion of all else.
That's true.
And in that sense, when you say that there's people involved that aren't intentionally being part of this cover up or this framing, that's part of the way I understand, because so many areas of life you'll see that, especially in criminal cases, and I hate to bring up politics, so let's not talk politics, but you'll see to the exclusion of all other information, people will hold a belief without weighing the opposite understanding of what they believe. They don't want to hear it.
Agreed.
And so they'll just keep running straight down that hill, whether it be kill Brian or not kill Brian, and they'll all run straight for the cliff rather than stopping along the way and hearing both sides of the story. So that's right. These cops were completely focused. You heard Brett Payne say that on the stand. Once we got an ID in the DNA, they didn't look at anything else.
Yep.
They didn't test other DNA. That's exactly what tunnel vision to the exclusion of all else. You can see that behavior clear as day in this case.
Big time. Agreed.
You see that to be a fair assessment?
Yeah.
Corruption, is there intentionally people driving this, Eddie? Yes. But there's also many people that, to the exclusion of all else, are running right alongside of them.
That's it, too, is they're just doing what they're told to do. And that's maybe they do know about it, but they're not going to ask that question because they know, then they'll know. So they don't want to ask that question.
They don't know how to ask the question. They're not even interested in the question. They're answered. The question's already answered in their mind.
That's how I feel, and I agree. That's a good way to put it, Sarge. But
to the exclusion of all else.
What you're saying, Eddie, yeah.
Unintentional versus intent. That would qualify it as unintentional. Then, am I right?
Mixture of both here, Eddie.
Yeah, I think it's a combo.
There always is. There always is a mixture of both. There always is, and it all starts out. It all starts out with someone or people that get tunnel vision, and somebody may have directed them to that. Who told Brett Payne not to investigate the other samples of DNA?
Disagree. And we'll just leave it at that. I don't want to get into it. I disagree. I'm just making sure it's on the record.
That's all right. That's all right. Everybody has their
record. Right. Yeah, everybody can have an opinion.
Yeah. And absolutely. All right. So before we get too far off track here, let's I think this was the November 20th. Yeah, this was the next one in line. And this one is, let me find it here. It says, yeah, okay. It says that this is a Steve Gonzalez interview once again.
Parents of Kaylee Gonzalez, one of the victims of this tragedy. Christy and Steve Gonzalez, thank you so much for joining us, and we're so sorry for your loss. Christy and Steve, can you tell me about your daughter tonight?
All right, so this is not a visual interview. This is just audio, guys, which it's fine. We can still pick up the pieces out of this. So,
our daughter was super driven. She was.
All right, let me put the captions up because it's kind of muffled here. I'm sorry. Here we go. All right.
She was a 3-time Dean's List member. Her grades were amazing. She competed with everybody. She loved competing. She was just a highly driven person who had many goals in life. She had an internship that she was offered a full-time position, and we've worked with them, and they've been great with us this whole time. But yeah, she was driven, and she was going to go somewhere in life, and a great member of society, and that's what we wanted.
Yeah, y'all have to be so proud of her. And she was taken away from us far too soon. Can you tell us what the authorities have been telling you? We want to do anything that we can to help you to get justice for your daughter and the rest of the victims. What are they telling you?
They're telling us that there's so much evidence that it's going to take a lot of time to process it all. This wasn't like a pinpoint crime. This person was sloppy. He did whatever when I say he, obviously you can't say that. That's just me. But he made a mess, and there's a mess there, and they're going to have to go through that point by point, and that's going to take a lot of time. That's why they reached out to other facilities to help them with that lab work.
They do have a mobile unit on site that they said that they're able to really expedite things with this mobile unit. Hopefully, they're reaching out to other DNA processing type companies such as like 23andMe to get involved. They have not confirmed that they have DNA from this person. They just said that they have a ton of evidence, and evidently.
And I want to stop there real quick. This is new. I don't ever remember this one.
What is the date?
This one was the 20th of November, Eddie.
What year?
Yeah, 2022. That was like 6-7 days after. Okay. So that's brand new for me. I've never heard that before.
Okay,
So
that's the one I sent you, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the ones. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, again, it's remote. They're talking remote, and he's not on camera because it predates that 23rd of November.
Yes.
And I just want to add here now, that statement there has been fully debunked by the Idaho police themselves when it came to all the other DNA. Right.
But what's something she says there is kind of interesting because they never spoke about any other outside source, 23andMe, so on and so forth. We know that they used Heritage, not 23andMe, but that's.
Wait, I just made a lot of money on 23andMe, folks. They're not dead. I bought a bunch of their stock, just so you know. 23andMe is not dead. They were bought by a pharmaceutical giant. Their stock is $560 a share. Who bought them? And I've already made a couple of $1,000 on them.
Well, good. I hope it goes in your direction then, Sarge. But
I saw it in the chat room.
I don't know if she was saying 23andMe for sure, or if she was just being like,
right.
You know what I mean? Like one of them. But we do know they used one. Anyway, that's something I had never heard before right now. That's new for me.
It did become true with Brian's DNA, but none of the other samples.
No, none at all. We know that they didn't even try with any of the other samples, right? So
prosecutors stated we can't give you what we don't have because they didn't do any testing results for the other samples.
Yeah, and we know that that's crazy. Eddie, had you ever heard this before?
This interview?
Yeah.
Yes.
How did I not hear this before? Hey, Tara. Wow. Okay. Sorry to interrupt, guys, but that is just something that like caught me off guard there for a minute. My apologies.
Like today with the new task force, the new FBI task force on site, and the FBI, of course, and Idaho State Police, they said that they were able to pull a ton of evidence from the house today.
Yeah.
And they're processing that.
So
it just takes time.
Yeah, we've only heard positive stories about your daughter and the other victims out there. We couldn't find anybody to say anything about them. It's only been that they were givers, they loved everyone.
And also, FBI task force, the Idaho State Police. Or that early on, I didn't realize the FBI. I don't think I realized the FBI was this involved that early on, but that's okay. Sorry again.
To search for this, just say, hey, I'm Kaylee and Maddie's neighbor. Check my Wi-Fi, check my Spectrum account, my Verizon account, whatever.
You could be the key. You really could be the key.
Yeah.
Christy.
And I would think that the FBI is doing that, but
it takes time, and if you volunteer it instantly.
Yeah.
Christy and Steve, you have been so kind, and you have poured your heart out to our audience, and we stand with you and the rest of the victims' families. Thank y'all, and we continue to pray for you guys. Thank you so much for joining me tonight.
Thank you so much.
So
okay, that was odd. What are your thoughts on that one, you guys?
That's not going to be in trial because they've already covered for the FBI and excluded the IGG work.
Yeah.
So the FBI involvement is going to be probably limited to the phone.
Good point. What do you think, Eddie?
Well, there wasn't much to take away from that one, really.
No. Other than that whole thing that I had never heard before. That was just sorry to come off crazy like that, folks. I had just never heard that before, so my apologies.
I hadn't heard that interview either, but it's funny now that we know all this other DNA exists and they did nothing with it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That goes to my argument that everything that Steve has said has been debunked. Everything.
Well,
All
absolutely.
the propaganda he pushes into the public, because they're telling them that. That's what they're saying. That's what we're being told. So take them at their word. And they were told a whole bunch of garbage that they've bought into and have sold to the public and propagandized the shit out of this case.
Yes. Agreed. Sorry. Agreed. All right. So this is the first, if I'm correct, I think this is right. The first press conference that came out on this, November 23rd, once again, my birthday, same day that other interview was with the consult with Steve. So, and I want this one to be paid attention to. There's two specific press conferences that I thought were really important because of things that were stated as compared to where we're at right now, what was said back then. So, pay close attention to these things, guys. If anybody needs me to back up, stop, whatever, let me know. I have no problems with that.
The done one. See, they said they were sloppy and there was a lot of DNA, and that's true. But none of it belongs to Brian.
And that's very true. Yeah, what Sarge just said, that's fact. And that's something that a lot of people on the other side of the world over here, I call it, are not grasping. They're just not grasping it. So, oh, you're okay, Jennifer. No worries.
If you were the parent, either you or Eddie, if you were the parent, knowing what you now know, wouldn't you want to know who that DNA belonged to, or if it was involved in this crime?
Sorry,
now that you know it doesn't belong to Ed, that it doesn't belong to Brian.
If I was one of this is what I don't understand. That's a good question. If I was one of the parents, any one of the parents, I would be so far up inside law enforcement's ass about this, wanting answers as to how and why all of this stuff is the way it is at this point. Truly. And that's what I don't understand as to why. Why are you making excuses for these two roommates as a parent? Why are you okay with all the way that this shit has happened? And why are you not screaming from the top of your lungs to get real justice for your children? I don't understand that. None of that makes sense to me as a parent, not at all. And it kind of pisses me off, to be honest with you. Eddie?
That's another red flag. So
it is.
Obviously, they're not concerned about that, and that should tell us all something.
It's a problem. Are you so blinded by anger or whatever you want to call it that you cannot look past vengeance and justice at this point?
Nope, it's not that.
What's not even going to be real justice, okay?
What do you think's the reason for this, Eddie?
The reason for what? The frame?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. There's a cover-up. No, see, we were talking about this moments ago, but again, you can't have corruption at the bottom unless you have corruption at the top.
Correct.
That could be, Jennifer. That's a good point.
So just think of that. Think of how many people have to be involved in this thing. There has to be a reason why that many people are involved. In other words, you're the prosecutor, Sergeant Friday, right? And I am the investigator. There is no way in a right side up world that I show you, okay, here's your case. You know, there's a white sedan. I don't know whose it is. And there's, you know, well, we all know the case, right? Here's your case. This is what you got to go to trial with. You're not going to say, good job. You know, you attaboy, kudos to you in a right side up world.
Well, that's why
I can't, as a junior, I can't influence a senior. In other words, I can't, if I'm corrupt and I'm the investigator, right? I'm the corporal. I can't corrupt you, the prosecutor.
But the prosecutor can corrupt you.
Right.
See, the part where here's why I say the corruption is systemic to the system, in that, Eddie, you're investigating and you bring me the information similar to what we're doing here in the Idaho 4. And I say to you, we'll test that DNA swab, but I'm not putting up any other money to go for the other DNA. You could check it for male or female, do the normal process with it, but this one on the sheet is the one we're going to chase. Okay. And then you chase that down. In other words, you focus the investigation because that's what the prosecutor's power is. And then he sees that you collect enough information that he then thinks he can use to prosecute somebody. And it's not because someone's guilty. It's because he thinks he can make a strong enough case to get a conviction. So this is where our justice system is systemically corrupt. It's not about truth. And that's why I think a lot of people are angry and frustrated and distrustful. And we're told that Lady Justice is blind and the scales are balanced. That's not how these people behave in the position of power that they're given. They don't do it that way. And that's why I can completely understand how people see everything as corrupt, because it is, in a sense. It may not be that Officer Payne himself is corrupt, but he is told and outlined what he's able to go do, look, find, and report. He just can't go willy-nilly, and that's the problem with the system. The investigation should go, and every piece of evidence should be vetted out until it either comes to a conclusive understanding the person's involved or not involved, and move on. And they don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
They hyper-focus on one person like they did here, and that's the prosecutor's fault.
But the reason why they hyper-focus on one person, that's...
His motive to do it may simply be that he feels that he can put a case together, or he's protecting something.
No,
we don't know.
Yeah, you're off track there. I'm sorry. It is because of what we just spoke about. The corruption is at the very top. If what is exposed is the truth, it will reveal people that are too high. They're too elite in society. They're above the law. Whatever it is that they're covering up,
right,
cannot, under no circumstance, be exposed. That is what this case is about.
That's always an underlying issue. You see that with all the cuts being made and people screaming and yelling, you're going to lose your Social Security, which has got nothing to do with what's going on.
Right.
To stop people from looking, right? They don't want their gravy train to end, whether it be politics or it even be government. Sometimes people like Bill, I don't know, he's found his fame in whatever he's found there, his acceptance in he looks like Santa Claus. Where else was he going to succeed? He ended up there, and he's going to succeed by hook or crook. He's going to protect himself. He's going to get what he wants. He's going to,
And not to belabor the point, but they don't begin going down this track unless they know that they can see it through to the end. This is not a half-hearted attempt. They have the will and the ability to see it out.
Well, at this point, they don't have a choice.
And not be held to account. The prosecutor's above reproach unless you could directly tie him to the actual perpetrators of this crime and him protecting them.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. I agree.
Well, these people, and this is what I mean. Our justice system has been perverted. All of our bureaucracy, folks, has been perverted, be it in the court systems and everywhere else, the jail systems. I mean, it's throughout the society of the nation. And we that's why I come out all the time and say that we would have a massive impact on society if we just got together, millions of us.
Yeah.
And stood for something. Go after your user agreements with your phone.
Right.
And have them stop tracking us and blah blah. You guys have heard my spiel. And that's the real failing is us, we the people. We're victims because we don't fight back.
At that point, yeah.
Right?
Absolutely. So real quick here, I want to address these two statements here that Tandy made one statement here about maybe the other families haven't jumped on the bandwagon because they aren't sure. Hold on, I don't know why this is doing this. There we go. It was BK, and then Alicia said following that there are 3 other families seeking justice too. They may be questioning things, and I'll be honest with you, I know for a fact, based on statements that I was given from direct sources, that Kara Northington is questioning. She's not 100% sure that BK did this. That's Xana's mother. So there's one for a fact, and that makes me wonder that both of those statements, you guys that's a really good way to look at this. And I got to wonder, is that why nobody else has spoken up? Because they aren't sure. He's the only one that is on that, with that tunnel vision that we've seen thus far, and the rest are just being quiet. And you got to wonder why. You know what I mean? So give me 1 second, you two. I'll be right back with you.
I think some of this propaganda that got realized by Judge Hippler may have a direct effect on how this case goes forward.
Some of the propaganda is by Judge Hippler.
Right, when he went after Cyree.
Yeah, there's that. There's other I've cited other, and Anne has since and the thoughts are coming to me faster than I can speak. I'm sorry. He has cited a couple times in his orders where he's stating it as a fact that Brian is like regarding his like digital data, he's covering his tracks by deleting them, and I'm paraphrasing the best I can. In another time, he said the same about his wearing his gloves, and he's in his vehicle at his parents' home, and that is showing his intent of trying to hide physical evidence. And Anne has since, in one of her filings, one of these neurological motions she's filed, she has corrected the judge. So the chronological order, in other words, was one of these judge's orders, probably back in February, maybe.
All right, guys.
During the Franks, as a result of the Franks, I think.
And AZZZ.
Well.
Okay. Where were we? Okay, yeah, I was gonna run this here. Hold on.
Then remains the highest priority for the Moscow. Good afternoon. I'm Captain Roger Lanier with the Moscow Police Department. I want to assure you first off that
I just want to give everybody a heads up that this guy retired. I can't remember exactly how long, but it wasn't too long after this went down. But he retired fairly quickly after this all happened. I don't know that it has anything to do with it. I'm just saying he's gone. And has been from quite a while in.
the loss of Xana, Kaylee, Madison, and Ethan remains the highest priority for the Moscow Police Department. We will continue putting all of our resources into investigating and solving these murders. Investigators are prepared to work through the Thanksgiving holiday to continue their efforts.
I just realized because I had to turn that down for a minute. Eddie, did you have a point that you were making that you wanted to finish real quick before we go?
I can finish it later.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay.
I also want to express our sincere appreciation to the Idaho State Police, the FBI, the University of Idaho, and the Latah County Sheriff's Office for their assistance. And I especially want to thank the community of Moscow for their outpouring of support through this incredibly difficult time. Today, I'm going to recap in brief what we know. I'm going to provide some new information, and I'm going to address some rumors. On the evening of November 12th and into the early morning hours of November 13th, Kaylee and Madison arrived home at approximately 1:45 a.m. after visiting a local bar and a street food vendor. Ethan and Xana were also out in the community at Sigma Chi, and they arrived home at approximately 1:45 a.m. Two surviving roommates who were also out in the community arrived home at approximately 1 a.m. Later, on the morning of November 13th at 11:58 a.m., a 911 call was placed. The call reported an unconscious person. The call originated from inside the residence, and a surviving roommate's cell phone was used. During that call, the dispatcher spoke to multiple people who were on scene. Moscow police officers responded and found two victims, two on the second floor and 2 on the 3rd floor of 1122 King Road. The results of autopsies indicated that the 4 were stabbed multiple times and were likely asleep during the attack. Some had defensive wounds, and there was no sign of sexual assault. We do not believe the following individuals were involved: the 2 surviving roommates, the male seen in a grub truck video circulating on the internet, a private party who drove Kaylee and Madison home, any of the individuals who spoke to the dispatcher on the 911 call. We're also aware of a male whom Madison and Kaylee had called several times the morning of November 13th, and we do not suspect that individual. Detectives have canvassed the neighborhoods looking for evidence, physical evidence, video surveillance, and they've contacted numerous residents to see if anybody may have seen or heard anything. They continue requesting tips that can be sent to our tip line or called in to our tip line. The specific areas that we're interested in are detailed on maps on our city website and our Facebook page, but as stated earlier, generally south of Taylor Avenue to Palouse River Drive and the area west of US 95 over to the Arboretum. We have heard mention that Kaylee stated she may have had a stalker. Detectives have been looking into that, and to this point have been unable to corroborate the statement, although we continue to seek information and tips regarding that report. No suspects have been named or arrested, and we continue looking for what we believe to be a fixed blade knife used in the murders. We have not released the names of any of the subjects who spoke on the 911 call, and we have not released the call itself. Any online reports of the victims being tied and gagged are not accurate. Regarding the resources that we've put forth in this investigation, the Moscow Police Department has 4 detectives, 24 patrol officers, and 5 support staff dedicated to this investigation. The FBI has 22 investigators in Moscow and 20 additional agents assigned in various locations, as well as 2 members of the Behavioral Analysis Unit. The Idaho State Police has 20 investigators, a public information team, a forensic services and crime scene team, and 15 uniformed troopers who have been valuable in helping provide community patrols and safety patrols. We very much appreciate their support. This is our highest priority. It will remain our highest priority. We owe that to the families.
Okay. Roger Lanier retired June 22nd of 23, so 8 months after the murders. I'm sorry.
What was Eddie going to finish up with?
Go ahead.
So I'll finish up. Yeah, and it was best that I had the time to research all this so I could refer to it to try to convey as much of a thought just on my memory. It was above anyone's ability, but here it is. So, okay, the document I'm in right now it was filed March 17th, 2025. It is the defendant's response to the state's motion in limine regarding neurological and psychiatric evidence. Okay. And you don't have to pull it up.
I don't mind.
So she's setting the record straight.
You say March 25th?
Let's see. It was. It is 3/17, March 17th.
Sorry about that. Okay. State's response to what was the title, the ending part of the title, Eddie?
It is defendant's response to state's motion in limine regarding neuropsychological and psychiatric evidence.
Gotcha.
Up
Go ahead.
a little bit. Maybe not.
Go ahead with what you were going to say. I'll get it pulled up here real quick here. I can't believe there was that many documents that came out.
Okay, but well, it's on page 7. She says, by way of example, the state has continued to claim that Mr. Kohlberger was wearing gloves on the night of his arrest and placing trash in baggies. The state asserts that this demonstrates that he had consciousness of guilt and was trying to either hide his DNA or engage in the cleaning of his car. This is highly prejudicial and misleading. Mr. Kohlberger frequently wears gloves to avoid germs on surfaces. He was not cleaning his car on the night of his arrest. He was awake at night, as is typical for him, and was cleaning his bathroom. So that is her kind of correcting the record, so to speak. And again, that was March 17th. But prior to that, there's these 2 orders. One was February 19th, 2025. And on page, well, they're both on that date. One's the defendant's motion for Frank's hearing. And you don't have to go to them. I'll just read it briefly.
Okay.
On page 27, page 28 of that one, he writes, and this is, again, the judge, he writes, the inference to be drawn from this information is that defendant knew, particularly from a technological perspective, how to cover his tracks. And then on the order to suppress AT&T, Google, Apple, Amazon, USB, etc., on page 27 of that one, he writes, thus, he was a highly sophisticated user and could and likely would attempt to cover his digital tracks.
Right.
So those are just 2 examples. And there's more, but.
Well, I'm glad you brought that one document up, Eddie, because there's proof, folks, right there. We have been talking about the fact when they say that when they swatted his parents' house, kicked in the door, that they caught him standing at the counter in rubber gloves, sorting garbage. He was cleaning his bathroom. Another good reason to have rubber gloves on. Everything they've done. That's a point. That's a great point. And I'm sorry to jump off subject, Eddie, real quick. I'll get through this real fast. But that's a great point as to what they've done to him. Okay, right there. He's cleaning his bathroom. He has rubber. I wear gloves when I clean the bathroom. It's gross. So normal people do that, but they made this kid out to be some kind of a psycho, saying he's sorting garbage, so on and so forth. That's ridiculous.
And that's the prosecution's prerogative to frame it in the way they're framing it, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And this is what I mean by prosecutorial discretion. They're gonna allege anything they can allege, and it's circumstantial. It's their opinion, right? And the judge is recognizing the opinion of the prosecution, and that's their case, that this kid sorted that garbage to hide his DNA from them.
Yep.
They have to finalize that in front of a jury. They have to come forward and get a jury to see it that way. And the judge recognizes that's the defense's or the prosecution's argument. The defense says it differently, right?
And that's where Ann can come in and say, no, folks, he was cleaning his bathroom. Do you wear rubber gloves when you clean your bathroom? Because I do. I'm sure she's going to say something like that. That's not abnormal, folks. And that's what needs to be done at that point. Everything that has been propagandized throughout this entire thing, she's going to have to backtrack on and cover over and explain the reasons why, basically.
She's going to ask the listen, whoever gets on the stand to testify to make the argument he wore gloves to hide his DNA, she's going to confront that person and ask them that question. Is wearing gloves the only is preserving your DNA the only reason somebody would wear gloves?
Yeah.
And they're going to have to answer no.
Would you wear
And
gloves?
then you just walk away from the guy. You stop your questioning right there.
Right.
Right.
No.
That's their interpretation of the gloves on his hands. But the question is it possible the gloves were on because he was cleaning the bathroom or doing the dishes? Or well,
Agreed.
that's possible. Thank you, sir. No further questions. And you move on.
Agreed.
Right. So, I understand people are extremely critical of Hitler, and there's good reason to be in all of our judicial system.
Yeah.
But in a lot of areas, he did rule down the middle, which was case law, and he followed the case law. And the prosecution's case, Eddie, is that he went into these things that could delete, and he's highly technologically involved. All of that's part of the prosecution's argument. So that gets as much weight as the argument he didn't do it, right? And that the only ones that can answer or come to a conclusion on that are going to be the jury, not the judge.
It should, and hopefully it will.
Right?
Agreed.
The judge can't decide why Brian had gloves on. He can't agree with the defense nor the prosecution. He has to let it go to trial.
Right. So with those things that you pointed out, Eddie, what else were you going to add to that per se for what you were saying?
Well, the only other one I would add to that is this thought here on my notes. I wrote, he's not cleaning his car and hiding DNA. Here's what my note said. But on the February 19th, 25 order on defendant's motion to suppress arrest warrant, Pennsylvania, on page 8, Judge Hippler misstating the facts. I'm trying to pull up that order, and I can't find it in the record. I don't know what's going on with that. It's on February 19th.
Okay.
My notes said that apparently there was an order called defendant's motion to suppress arrest warrant for Pennsylvania.
I don't remember seeing that either.
Yeah, I remember her making that. I remember that motion.
Oh, okay, here it is. It's just called, that's why I couldn't find it. It's called, gosh, there's so many.
Yeah, there are.
I think it's just called order on defendant's motion to suppress, and then parentheses, arrest warrants, plural.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Okay. Law enforcement then saw vehicle lights flash in the garage as if a vehicle was being unlocked or locked. Immediately afterwards, they saw defendant again in the kitchen wearing rubber gloves and handling a plastic baggie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so they interpret that in the worst possible way and use that to justify their entrance into the home.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But when she discussed when that's on stand, I'm telling you, folks, she's going to come forward and say, "And what did you find in the plastic baggie?" We found toilet paper stained with human excrement. Oh, so he was cleaning the bathroom. So, when you examined the car, did you find cleaning fluids in the car? No. So how do you explain the lack of DNA when the crime scene indicates that he sat down with blood covering his pants? He removed them, but where's the blood? Where's the transfer DNA? Where's the hair? Where's the dog hair?
Yeah.
How do you evaluate this car? You find no cleaning chemicals in the car. Bleach primarily is what kills DNA, not much else. So was there a presence of bleach? No, ma'am. What do you clean DNA with? And then they'll have to answer. Well, none of that was present in the vehicle? No. No DNA to the victims? No. No further questions. And that's what I mean. Their case is their worst enemy. And the idea that you can't get a jury to see that, you might be right. Everything is so corrupt and people are so ignorant that they're not going to hear that shit. But I say, I'm sorry. I don't think you're going to be able to get this shit. You can't float a boat that has no bottom. And these people have got this boat that has no bottom. And even an uninformed jury, you hit a DNA guy that searched that car the way I just did. And you're going to sit there thinking, well, how could that be this bloodiest crime scene on earth? Wait till they the prosecution will put their case on first. She'll win the case for Brian cross-examining those witnesses. That's where you get your strength from. And, you know, you can interpret him standing at a sink with gloves on as him, or his car flashing headlights, as his attempt to clean the car. But if there's no evidence of cleaning, now what?
Yeah, she should win those arguments. I agree. She should.
Right. So a properly handled defense, the evidence that they use to move to where we are today, you should be able to dissect that to the point of showing just how ridiculous these people's determination. I mean, and I'm telling you, she needs to use that term to the exclusion of all else. They focused on my client. And then when the case is put forward, she'll show, and she needs to. So are you saying that you excluded considering these other samples as murderers, as potential murderers to this crime? And that's to where she's going to get her other source, or other, where she's going to argue alternative suspects is going to come from hard evidence that they didn't investigate.
If he allows, that's one thing. That's the thing I'm worried about the most, Sarge. Is he going to allow the foundation for the alternative suspects? Because that's what I'm worried about happening next. Okay.
I think because of the amount of DNA samples, right? That, yeah, even an unidentified male DNA sample is argument enough. But if she can put an identity to any of those DNA samples, they're going to have to show police work. Now, if they didn't identify these people, woe be them, right?
Right.
Woe be them. They're going, well, we didn't look. Well, we did, and this is what we found.
But Daigle brings up a good point. If he allows it, and that's where we're at a disadvantage. We don't get to see or know what she has put forth as the alternate perpetrator evidence. We'll never know that.
I think tomorrow is the deadline on that, if I'm correct, Eddie. No, tomorrow's the deadline for the other. Sorry, keep going. My apologies.
Well, let me ask you this, Eddie. No, let's just make a round number. There's 5 DNA samples, and they focused on one, and they didn't pursue the identities of the other 4, right? So if that's accurate, and you're not allowed to present alternative suspects, you technically don't need the name of an alternative suspect with that particular line of there's 4 unidentified blood samples, 1 being on a glove, 1 being on a railing, 1 being on the sheath, and 3 being underneath one of the victim's fingernails that you did not pursue identities for, correct? Yes, ma'am. No further questions. They have to show unequivocally that this man committed that crime all by himself. And he's one of many DNA samples, and that's going to be a problem. You know, Judge Hippler made that stupid statement in court. Well, we don't know when those blood samples, they could have come from anywhere. Right. Well, the same applies to Brian's DNA, right? Especially when one of the samples were blood on a sheath. So I think she's got an extraordinarily strong defense case just because of the shit work these people did.
Well, I hope you're right. I do. I think that's going to be the struggle at this point. Like I said, you're right about that stuff, and I'm praying.
Yeah, no one's arguing that. You know, again, you're preaching to the choir.
I pray that he allows all this stuff. That's the problem. I worry, but again, based on what we've just seen with the Dateline thing, I think he may have, maybe in his mind, no choice but to start to look at some of that stuff, if that allows.
I think if there's a turning point in how the judge views this case, we're in the midst of it right now. We don't know where he's going to go with that, but Ann's been making this argument the whole time that they just threw 60 terabytes of data, like 52 card pickup. She's been making these points all along. And I think maybe they might hopefully Judge Hippler, you know, his little neurons start firing, and he sees all of these hit pieces, all of these lies. The father on TV saying he was told that all this DNA was connected to Brian, or at least that's what he believed, and it's not true. Hippler knows these things, whether he wants to know them or not. And I can't imagine him not having neurons fire. That is like,
one thing I will say is I can't imagine him. He's not going to look like an idiot through this. He's not going to allow for that. I can tell just by his personality, and he's not going to look like a fool. Okay. So I think you're right about if there will be a turning point in this, in his aspect only, because I don't see anybody else turning on this, just him. It's going to be now, because now he will look like a fool because you allowed this to happen. You allowed that to happen. Why didn't you shut this down? Why didn't you make a change with this? Or why didn't you address this? This is the point where it's going to happen, if it's going to happen. So
No,
I
see,
have
this-
to agree.
I want to. Can I just reply to Tara? She said it's back here just a little bit.
Right there.
No one from jury may just okay. So Brian wasn't the only perpetrator, but they can't come to that decision. Their jury instruction won't allow that. Brian Kohlberger has been charged with capital murder of 4 counts and burglary, is the sole individual that perpetrated both the burglary and the 4 murders. There is no room to say, well, he was one of many. You can't do that. The jury has a case that's going to be presented based on the sole argument that he's the only guy that did it. And all the evidence that she's going to be able to poke holes in suggests many people did it.
Right.
And the court, the prosecution, they're in a pickle now. They can't come forward and say, well, it's our, we're seeing there might have been more people or accomplices with them. Too late.
Yeah, they can't do that now.
Too late. So no, the jury can't go down and say that he's guilty of something. They have to say that he is guilty of direct murder, individually committed all 4 murders by himself.
And you're right. Because Eddie, you brought that up last week sometime, and that's
I've
actually
been preaching that.
Yeah, that's actually a good thing in my opinion, because the state can't twist itself now. Okay,
No.
They kind of screwed themselves with that point, folks. Remember that, because now, if it is something that pops up, well, yeah, he may have done it by himself. He did that. No, stop. They can't do that now. Okay, so that's a good point. That's a good thing.
Let me also say the DNA in a sheath, until we know for sure, if that button snap is brass, they're in trouble. They're in big trouble, because Ann doesn't even need an expert. Whoever testifies to swabbing that button snap has got to confirm the material. That's going to be handed to the defense. It's going to be in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. And the fact that they then covered it in fingerprint powder and destroyed any testing of any DNA sample on that sheath after what they claim was a button snap swab, they're in trouble.
Right. Yeah, agreed. And that's the defense is going to attack that right away if that comes out. So yes. And yeah, I know, Ray, but I'm saying at this point, he can't allow this to go any further. So I feel that if anything, this is the turning point. If anything's going to happen, he's the only person I think that will be uncorrupt, for lack of better terms. Okay,
I think Hitler could use the guy on the screen right there on the right to get answers to the question of where this information came from. Because if he sat down one-on-one with Mr. Gonzalez and stated, you were told this and this is the truth. You were told this and this is the truth.
But you know what?
Opposite of who told you these things and made you believe, sir. And I apologize for this, made you believe that all of this evidence pointed to Brian. I think Steve would flip on the cop.
I think,
or whoever.
You made a point, Sarge. You guys think about something. We just had this hearing. The Gonsalves Facebook page goes down. I wonder if that deadline was what, tomorrow for the 7-day thing for the prosecution to bring out who their leak was. I gotta wonder if they went to him.
Someone's saying there was a hearing with the G family today. I didn't know that. Did you?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I honestly suggest
in relation to that leak stuff.
I honestly think that there's power in that, because Steve told us about the electronic connection of the crime. That turned out to be false.
Yeah.
Told us about all this other DNA and this mountain of evidence that they were collecting, with the implication that it was against Brian. That's false. So he's the key in all of this.
Yeah, that's interesting, because he got information given to him from somewhere. He may have handed over stuff to Dateline himself, but it was given to him initially. And that is what that's crazy. I just now put that together in my head.
I didn't even know what was happening, but just, I mean,
yeah.
What do you think, Eddie? Come on, Eddie. Say it, Eddie.
What are your thoughts, Eddie?
Brilliant. Say it, Eddie.
Brilliant.
Brilliant.
Man, I love you.
We all love Eddie. So yeah, that could be what happened, folks, right there. And that
I didn't even know what happened until I saw it in your chat room.
Yeah. I knew there was going to be a hearing. I didn't know it was, involving them, but that makes a lot of sense to me. It truly does. Watkins said that Facebook removed the page because it was reported for violating community standards. Okay. Well, maybe, I don't know, but it's still kind of ironic. I'll just say that much.
Yeah. And it's I don't know.
Oh, it was because of hate they were reported. Thank you, Linda. Well, that's not surprising. I've seen some of the people on that page and the things they say.
Well, they want to kill Brian, right?
Wow, it's crazy in there. So, all right. Oh, I'm sorry, LL. Let's push this. This is 27th. Yeah.
Wait, before we move on, real quick, with
Yeah.
that thought, let's just expand that thought out just a bit. And now, if the jury finds him not guilty, right? Can you imagine? I mean, that's just one chat group in
Oh,
one
yeah.
forum.
It's going to
right?
get dark.
So,
yeah.
who are the jurors that found him? Give me their names. I want to know who they are, right? Can you imagine the fallout if you were, I mean, if you were a juror, would you fear for your life or your family's life and safety?
I see where you're going. And yes, I've thought that too. The jury could be, that's a point, Sarge. Think about that. If the jury has any idea of what the depth of the angst and the hate and everything about this scenario is about, you think that they may go one specific direction out of fear? Just asking your opinion.
I'm not following. So if you're saying that there is no jury, so I don't know
when the jury happens. What I'm saying, when the jury comes to par and they go to trial, all this happens with everything that's going on, with all the hate that's
well, they're going to be asked that question. Were you part of the Facebook group from one of the surviving from the Gonzalez's family?
No.
I'm not part of any.
You're missing.
What I'm saying, Sarge, is if they have any idea of how the hate towards Brian is,
do
you think that out of fear that they may lean in one direction rather than another because they may fear the fact that somebody could come at them?
No, the jurors are going to be protected from the public, but the jurors are not protected from an investigation. So you give me a list of potential jurors, and I send an investigator, and they'll actually scout all of these websites, YouTube, they'll try to find where these people have gone. And if a juror is asked that question, are you familiar with this case? And they say no. Well, Your Honor,
you're not tracking with.
I don't think I am. Yeah.
No, listen. Okay.
This
has been a very propagandized case. It's already been, he's been found guilty in the court of public opinion. We all know that. And so with all that being out there, first off, Mama D's right. It's going to be hard to find an unbiased jury. So if the jury that's selected has any idea of how bad people hate Brian and the families and all that kind of stuff, I feel like it could possibly put a little fear in them that if they don't find him guilty, that they could. I know they're protected, but you can get the people any way you need to. That they may have a fear of not finding him guilty. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, there's always a potential for that, of course.
That's what I was trying to say. I'm sorry if I didn't express it right.
But you got to do that for 12 people.
I know. Yeah, agreed. That's another thing I was worried about before too, because it has been that bad. If you read some of the shit that's in these Facebook groups, it's like there's people that want to go after him. That were telling. I read a couple of them where they said to him, don't worry about it. If they find him innocent, we'll handle it for you, Steve. We'll bury him for you. Blah blah blah. I mean, there's a lot of people that have said stuff like that. That's scary. So
yeah, it is. This kid's life is ruined, no matter the.
It is. No matter what happens. So if that's the case, the jury, again, as a juror going into that situation, if I were to know that, I would be a little intimidated as to like, wow, what happens if I do this? Am I going to be okay?
I'd be terrified being held by Idaho police in one of their jails.
Yeah.
I wouldn't leave my cell. You couldn't get me to leave my cell.
Agreed. So that's what I'm trying to say. And that's a good point to bring up, Eddie. It was. And I've wondered that myself. I truly have. So, well, hopefully, again, like I said before, I feel, and I'm still kind of there, like he's going to probably be convicted and that something bad could happen while he's in jail before he even gets to appeals. That's just me. As of right now, I'm praying that Sarge is right and we can go that direction. But at the same time, based on everything we just said, even if he is found innocent, they're going to have to bury him. And I mean bury him from the world to protect him, in my opinion. That's going to be some scary shit. So
he's going to have to watch his ass for several years. There's
a long time. Yeah, long time. They're going to have to bury him, period. So is it possible the jury could be in an adjoining room and on Zoom? I mean, yeah, They talked about something, didn't they,
It's not
Eddie?
an organized crime case, though. This is you don't have an organized crime connection here to where this is like.
I know that
people could
I
be
know
off,
that.
So
If they assess any threat to it, I think they would do something like that. But I don't know that they.
and that threat would come before the trial, not after the conclusion, right?
Yeah, definitely. All right, on we go.
Father of Kaylee Gonzalez. Sir, thank you so much for joining me tonight. We continue to grieve with you
Welcome,
and your
Mama.
family, and we're hoping to get answers for you. Sir, when was the last time you talked with law enforcement about the case?
Well, we just had a vacation. Law enforcement told me that they were going to drop off a little bit and not to expect the same type of communication that I had gotten before. They passed it on to another person. So basically, long story short, it was Wednesday, 5 p.m. was the last time that they reached out to me. So, yeah, that's rough.
Sir, what are they telling you?
They're kind of just telling me that they can't tell me much, which is frustrating to me because I've been very trustworthy. I do know things. I haven't shared things. We're the same family that found the original timeline. We're the same family that broke into the phones. We tried everything in our ability to try to get into this system because a court order is not the fastest thing. So we broke in and we did what we did. We know that we have some family passwords that we all share. So we broke in and we helped them. So it's hard for me to give up as a father my protective ability to other men.
Can you pause that for a minute?
They have.
That little segment should be sent to Ann Taylor because chain of custody matters. And whatever evidence and whatever he derived from that phone, if any that's being used in the court or going to be used at trial, they should know that it didn't come from a professional law investigation.
That's
or an
a good point.
investigative team. It came from a founder. Its ability to be tampered with, altered, is now that should throw the evidence right out the window.
That's a good point. That's a very good point, Sarge. I never thought of that before.
I've been watching Perry Mason. I'm just kidding.
Let me play
very,
that.
very good. Very astute, Sarge.
Thank you, Eddie.
Shabash.
Shabash. Hold on a minute here. I'm going to play something back.
I should probably go get a law license. You guys can vote on that later.
Yeah. All right. Hang on a minute, guys. Listen to this again.
Things. We're the same family that found the original timeline. We're the same family that broke into the phones.
That right there, agreed. That's something that needs to be heard by the defense because
this guy would be my star witness.
Yeah, I never even thought about that. I remember him saying that now.
Yeah.
Wow.
That and Officer Payne, to me, and then the guy that did the phone stuff, the FBI agent. Those three would be my star defense witnesses.
Yeah. I agree with that one too.
We tried everything in our ability to try to get into this system because a court order is not the fastest thing. So we broke in and we did what we did. We know that we have some family passwords that we all share. So we broke in and we helped them. So it's hard for me to give up as a father my protective.
He did. He said more than one. He said phones, plural, which is even more interesting to me. Good point, Dunn.
Yeah, Maddie could have. Yeah.
And probably Matt. Maybe
Maddie's phone was part of their family plan. You never know.
Because from my understanding, he's got some kind of IT experience. I don't know. I could be wrong, but
you don't know how to part his hair because that is not the middle of your head.
I'm not going to say a word about that, but yeah.
Ability to other men.
Sir, they have shared with us that it was a targeted attack. Can you give us any information about that? Have they told you who the target was or given you more insight than they have the public?
I don't want to talk bad about them because these are some hardworking individuals and I'm doomed without them. we're all doomed without them.
Yeah.
This defund police is just a terrible idea. The fact that we're finding out that there's more than just my daughter and these children that have suffered, it's terrible to think that we can defund these guys. It's an absolute.
Alicia, sitting here trying to figure out how he broke into the phones if they were in a police evidence room. That's a good statement there, Miss Alicia. That's where they should have been. That's where they should have been. Just remember that.
Love it.
Yeah, that's a great one. Jennifer said the G's remove their Facebook page without court instructing them to. That is not is that not a destruction violation? I think the Facebook page was taken down, Jen, because of some kind of a hate statement that was made. Facebook, it said something about violating their you know how Facebook does that when you violate their standards or something. I think that's how that went down. I don't know exactly. So
Well, they may make it look like that, but that may have been a request from the court to the family that
could have been that the court ordered Facebook to do it and went through Facebook, and that's why it came down. So who knows? Very good points. And again, Alicia, great point, dear. You guys are. I love the critical thinking in this room. I love it. All right.
Atrocity. That's not something that is it's political. It's not political. This is just facts, guys. We can't allow these people to just run free. So beyond that, they haven't shared a lot. We have some private detectives that have reached out to us and given us information. We take that with a grain of salt and we try to be careful. Just today, I reached out to the officers and said, hey, this guy's treated me with respect on the show. I'd like to share some things with him that I found out on my own, and they asked me to not do that. So we're holding our tongue. We're waiting patiently, but we're definitely concerned.
Yeah. So, sir, I had the opportunity to speak with those same law enforcement officials today and was able to get some information out from them as well. We want to do everything that we can do to get you answers and to solicit more information for the timeline. But there's gaps in that timeline. Is there anything that you can share with us that may put people in that direction where they would feel willing to share about that timeline?
I've heard a little bit of feedback on this that people are nervous about the timeline. I'm going to tell you guys that there's so much attention on this. If you can share your information, if you can post it, I mean, it's the internet. You can do these things anonymously. Go forward. You don't have, and for those people who are afraid, like maybe I was intoxicated or I'm underage, that's not what they care about, guys. They're not looking at that. That is not going to happen. So give your information, give out that picture, that image, that video, that selfie, whatever it is, give it out and know that.
I gotta wonder. I remembered that statement. It just kicked it back in, though. I gotta wonder if him saying that, if he knew or knows that there was videos taken or something of some sort taken to make him bring that forward like that, or if it's just a generalized blanketed statement. It could be either one. I'm curious because that statement alone is really curious to me. Just saying.
There's zero chance that they're coming to you for, ruining your career or your anything along those lines. They're just looking for data right now. And you could be the key. You might be something that has been overlooked. So I just implore people to come forward, especially when you're even close to that timeline, because technology is the only thing that doesn't lie, really. It's just data. And then we can analyze it as a society and determine what it is, but it doesn't lie. It's just simply data. So it's better than an eyewitness. It's better than anything that we can produce. It's right up there with DNA. And I just implore you, sometimes even if you think that selfie has nothing in the background, maybe there's a car that should be there, that somebody said in their alibi, I parked right here next to this tree. And then there's that tree and your car's not there.
Steve, we're going to put that number on the screen for people to call.
Thank you.
Give any information. Sir, thank you so much for coming on the program. Keep us posted on what's going on in this investigation. We'll continue to follow it. Thanks again.
What up, Willard? Good to see you. All right, guys. What do we think of that one?
Well, I think I could sell snow to Eskimos, and then I sold the hair part to your chat room, and it wrecked a few people. So yeah.
Yes, I agree with that. Eddie, any thoughts on that interview, Sarge?
Not really. I mean, when was the date of that interview?
The 27th.
27th, yeah.
So long before Brian was arrested.
Oh yeah. Almost a month. Agreed. You're okay, Mythical. Yeah, don't worry about it. I don't know. That one statement made, the way he said that, and then he starts talking about there being alcohol. I gotta wonder if he knew something at that point that people didn't think he knew. I'm just saying. That's just a feeling. Good to see you, Willie. Thank you for being here, bud. All right, guys, on we go. We're not going to get through all these tonight, just so everybody knows. We're going to be here for a little bit longer, and then we're going to bring it down, and we'll come back and do it again. Let's see here.
It's a shame. It's a shame that Eddie is not alone. I agree with him on so many points on how much corruption is it's just everywhere for things it shouldn't be a part of. 4 people lost their lives. The least living beings could do is get to the truth without shortcuts, put in the hard work. I mean, it's that's the tragedy of corruption, is that it just forgoes any real human decency, and the dignity of the deceased is just stomped. It's just horrible. And I think that interview, the only key issue is that he did all that investigative work and broke into these phones. I don't know why he would even say that like that, but he said it.
He doesn't think before he speaks, ever. If you've noticed that, he just does. He just blurts things out. All due respect. He does it all the time, and he always has.
Yeah, he's emotionally invested in this. He should stay away from it.
That's what I said a long time ago, that this is being led by his emotions, and how always has been. He's never, and he even said it himself in the one interview, he's never had the chance, in my opinion, to grieve this situation, because he's been on top of this whole thing from the beginning. In turn, everything he comes with is based on emotion. It's not good.
If he for whatever reason comes to realize a different perspective based on what he does know, this guy may snap.
Agreed.
Because this is what is that? Stockholm Syndrome 101. The only people he could depend upon are those that a non-invested outside viewer can see the corruption and the chaos and the lies and the guesswork and the hope, and it's just nonsense. And if he ever takes that position, woe be the people that told him those stories.
Oh, it's gonna be mass chaos as far as I could see. Yeah, agreed.
That's you're kind of in the mindset of his mindset, being he's just a grieving parent, and he just really wants to see it this way, and he wants to believe what they're telling him. That's your opinion of his mindset.
Yeah,
I'm gathering. Yeah. What if this thing is so big, whatever this thing is going on with this framing and cover up, that he has been drawn into it somehow, and he is intentionally doing what he's doing
to get an outcome, to put everything to rest,
to do his part.
Yeah, no, I could see that being potential too. I was gonna, you guys don't even want to know what I was gonna.
Yeah,
I was gonna run a stream tonight. You guys want to hear what I was gonna call it?
What is that?
I don't know if you can. Maybe I should say it in the back chat. I'll put it in private chat. I don't want to say it openly.
Okay.
And Lucy Morningstar, you're right. He is far from dumb.
No, not by any means whatsoever. I agree with that. And speaking of emotion, this next interview was the first most
It's in the private chat.
Most emotional interview he did, where it all comes out. Oh God, Sarge. Yeah,
Ooh,
no.
yeah. Good.
I'm not even going there. Moving on.
Hey,
I've
Eddie.
heard it. I've
Eddie,
heard it before.
don't repeat it, Eddie. What do you think, Eddie?
I saw it. There are so many things that are possible.
Everything is.
I was going to use that as a title for a stream. I still may. I'm not so sure yet.
Oh no, I don't know about that one, bud. That's
There's a lot going on in this case.
no,
It would surprise us all if we knew all. Put it that
I
way.
know. We'd all be like shocked in our seats.
It is a lot heavier and a lot deeper and a lot darker than I think even people realize. I do agree with that. And don't ever apologize, Jen. I feel that he was drawn in to an extent. I agree with that. And he's doing what he's got to do. But if at some point it changed to me,
righteous indignation.
Right. With him, I could see the whole father grieving scenario, so on and so forth. But at some point, something changed, and it went just a little bit further, in my opinion. I don't know what that is, and I'm not going to claim to know it. I'm not going to put anything out there, but something changed, and I don't know exactly how to explain that, folks. But it did seem to take a different turn. Okay. With him, and that's one of the reasons why I was looking at this stuff, because it's just odd. A lot of it is, especially when you watch this interview and then you think about some of the interviews we've seen recently. Compare that in your mind. Here we go.
And welcome to this special edition of Cross Country in Moscow, Idaho. Tonight we are in front of the Moscow Police Department, and you may be asking why. It's been about 3 weeks since the horrific stabbing death of 4 college students at the University of Idaho. 3 weeks since we lost Zayna, Maddie, Kaylee, and Ethan. 3 weeks, and still the police have no suspect or person of interest. The community has been left in limbo, left with more confusion and more questions. We are on the hunt for answers for them. Moscow deserves answers. The students of the university deserve answers. These 4 young innocent victims deserve answers, and so do their families. So let's start there. Joining me now on set, the parents of Kaylee Gonzalez, Christy and Steve Gonzalez. Thank y'all so much for being with me. You guys have been so transparent and strong for the public. Christy, you called the person that did this the boogeyman.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
It's literally like what nightmares are made of. Like when you're a little kid and you think of the boogeyman, that's just how I feel. Like that's just the horrific details of everything. Them just having a good time, going home and going to bed, and that's happening to them.
Your best friend crawling into bed.
Just crawling in bed.
Every
and
girl
the
in
boogeyman
America
comes.
knows what that's
The
like.
boogeyman doesn't, meet you at McDonald's. I mean, the boogeyman comes and snatches you out of your bedroom.
Steve, we've been talking. I've been talking to folks in the community. You said something that stuck with me. You said, until this person is caught, you can't sleep in your bed.
No, I can't just lay in my bed and do nothing. That's not the way I raised my family. That's not the way I raised my girls and my son. You don't be a victim. You stand up for yourself and you do everything in your power to make sure people hear you. And they're gonna hear Kaylee. They're gonna hear Maddie. They're gonna hear these.
The other 2 as well.
Yes.
All of them.
I'm careful saying anything about them because I need to be careful because I can't speak on somebody else's child. But these 2 girls, I'm not trying to be a glory hound, but these 2 girls, I'm going to do what I can do. And we're not being victims. We're going to fight. We're going to figure out how to make sure that we hold everybody, accountable, and we keep eyes and attention on this and get this thing resolved.
Steve, you have made it very clear to our audience that you are supportive of law enforcement. You support the investigation. But recently, I've been watching and talking with you, and you're getting frustrated. What does that frustration come from, sir?
They put certain people between you and the officers that are making things happen. And those people are like lawyers and they don't want to say anything. And they don't have the guts to come up and be alpha and be like leaders and say, hey, we might say something that's wrong. We're going to take that hit.
So the officers, they looked me straight in their eyes. The lead detective looked me in his eyes. I have no doubt he's working as hard as he can, but somebody isn't communicating. There's nothing being released. It seems like they're trying to suppress the story. We want to put rewards out. They're like, don't do that. Yeah, I get it. Your town doesn't want to have reward posters posted all over when you come and you do your rush. You're not going to get a lot of students if they see those things. But this community is not going to heal until this guy's pulled off the streets. It ain't going to happen. Think it through. It's not going to happen. He has to be off the streets. We all are working for the same thing.
When was the last time y'all heard from the police?
Thursday,
we looked at our phone records. We want to be accurate. We don't want to sell anyone out.
about 3 o'clock on Thursday.
And did y'all get an update from the police about the investigation?
There was nothing. We have no updates for you.
There was no update. They needed me to sign a waiver form so that they could investigate something.
Some mail.
That was mail related. So we're working with them. We're not selling them out. We love our law support.
The FBI, everybody that's here. We just have no information as family, and it gets tough day after day after day. I mean, every day you just wake up and think today's the day. We're going to hear something, and you see these, oh, there's a break in the case, and it'll just be something stupid.
The sixth person on the lease that was never there. Stop playing games. This is serious. These are people's lives, and this is the future of this community. There's going to be 10,000, 15,000 kids that come into this community next year, or they don't. So I'm serious.
I had the opportunity to speak to some of my sources, and I've been told that there were differences in the way that the victims were killed. Some were more severe than the other. And this week we heard the target attack walk back and then reverse it back to it being a target attack. What can you tell us about the targeted attack?
They have told us that it was targeted, but they told us they can't tell who. We asked specifically, and they said they would try to get that information to you, and they got back to us a day or so later, and they said, we're sorry, we can't give you that information. But then a day later, we saw in the news that it was not targeted, or they think the whole house was targeted. But
I'll cut to the chase.
Yeah.
Their means of death don't match.
Maddie's
they don't,
and Kaylee's cause of death, it does not match based on the autopsy report.
Okay, now this is why I wanted to do this. This interview I thought was very telling. Okay, you could tell he was pissed off, he was irritated, he was not happy at all, and he said this statement: their means did not match. Now, if you watch one of the most recent interviews where somebody brings that up to him, I think it was the Daniel interview. Is like, well, it meant that he changed the meaning behind it, as if he was almost like as if he was told, like, you can't put that out there after he did it already. So now he's staying, in my opinion, he's almost stating it in a different way to make it sound different than the way it sounds right here. Because if you listen to this here, it sounds like clearly he said that they don't match. Meaning, and I'm going to go with two different types of weapons. Okay. And that's not allowed to be talked about at this point. And I feel like that's why that was changed.
It may not be two different types of weapons. It may, in fact, be that one girl was grabbed and taken out quickly in front of the other, and then the other one realized that was the end, and they had to fight back. So it could, in other words, the circumstances and the quantity of people involved may be why there's a difference, an explainable understanding as to why there's a difference in how they were killed, right? Not so much that a different weapon was used.
That's kind of where I was going with the fact that it kind of alludes to the possibility that there could be somebody else involved.
Right.
And he had to walk back on that because they don't want that being out there. You know what I'm saying? So in a sense, man, you could tell he was hot at this point. There was no gag at this point. He didn't care what he was saying. Even if there was, he didn't care.
That's a crucial piece of information that even I remember hearing it. Now that I hear it, I remember that it was part of the story, but there's so much to remember that it just becomes daunting.
Yeah, I agree. It's the tone, the talk, the temperament. It's all in a different form than what he is now. And it, like I said, there's just, I get that he was angry and he was pissed at law enforcement because he wasn't getting the answers he wanted. And he's making it sound like they're playing games and this and that. There's more to this. We're not done. It's very noticeable. And I always went back to this interview and said, wow, something is not right. So Jay just said his info came from the autopsy, which wouldn't have presented him with a sequence of events or scenario, just wounds. Right. Good point.
They don't match.
Would indicate that one of them.
He doesn't have to
may
go
have
up
been
the
target.
steps. Let's stop playing games, guys. I need somebody to step up and be an alpha. Be somebody to be a leader. Don't make me do it.
Would indicate that one of them.
He doesn't have to
may
go
have
up
been
the
target.
steps. Let's stop playing games, guys. I need somebody to step up and be.
And once again, if you listen, he doesn't have to go up the steps. He's one person. It's male. And that statement is another one that has always been a problem. So just saying.
An alpha. Be somebody to be a leader. Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. He doesn't have to go up the steps. Their points of damage don't match. I'm just gonna say it. Wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. I paid for that. It's my right. You ain't taking that from me.
Calm down.
If you don't want to say nothing, that's your bet. But don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill.
That's quite interesting. Going back to that now, knowing what we know now is interesting to me. Very interesting. Eddie, do you have any issues with this thus far? Do you want to wait till the end? Sarge, either one of you?
Well, I like to hear it to the end.
Okay.
Sent my daughter to college to get an education. She came back in the box, and I can speak on that.
I was also told from sources that are closer to an investigation, because there was a lot of roommates in there. And this was horrific for those roommates that were there as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
The preservation of this crime scene. Witnesses tell me that it may have well been preserved because the phone was passed around between one of the fraternity members and the girls. One of them unfortunately witnessed the death, the body there. Can you confirm that?
We cannot actually. We know nothing about that whole phone call. We've asked, and it's. I mean, I know that a lot of people want to know, but that's just not our agenda. We just are like, somebody called 911. Somebody was reported unconscious. We don't really know. I mean, we've heard so many different things, and nothing has been clarified or been told to us at all. And I mean, I don't know if I personally have asked anything about that. I don't know if you have asked that, but we know that this is getting 3 weeks in, and it's starting to get. We don't want it to go cold. We're reaching out. I've reached out to friends down in California today that have connections that we're hoping to raise some money to get a reward, to get a private investigator.
Third party.
Why go the private route? Do y'all worry that at the end of this week that this case may be
100%.
cold?
We're scared.
When you
We're
tell me you
scared.
don't want a photo up there with the reward offering information, that kind of sounds like you're trying to like suppress the story. I mean, why do you not need help? But hey, I could be wrong. And you officers, I apologize if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I want to,
absolutely.
please forgive me. Please forgive me. But if you don't have the information, people do know. If they don't, then
Give us
the
something.
community, this is a community that is IT based. These guys live a digital footprint like we've never. All of us older people, we don't know how much that digital footprint could be helpful. So that's what we ask for. I hope like a DNA, a family lineage, if they could come out here and just start taking, this town is not that big. We could figure out this, and it might not be him. It might be a family member. We have family all going to the school together. You know, there's cousins, there's aunts, there's uncles. We could find this guy just with volunteers.
Lineage companies where
Put Idaho on the map.
Christy, Steve, we're going to stay on this case.
Thank you.
We're not going anywhere.
Thank you.
You guys have been candid with us. We'll keep asking questions. Any resource that we have available, our audience is praying for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. It was big for you guys to come back to Moscow tonight. I know it took a lot of courage to do it, and I'm hoping we can get some answers for you. Thanks so much for joining me tonight.
And what was the date of that interview?
That
I want
was
to say
December
4th.
Yeah, December 4th. Good point, Eddie.
And he knew here's another thing too. And this, you might want to send that interview to Ann. They knew the news people knew that early that parking lot 911 conversation and the phone being passed around. In other words, somebody leaked to them that information that we didn't get to see for 2+ years later. The news agencies had that data. How the hell could he make that statement that they were, the 911 calling, they were passing the phone around? The only way he could know that was that he was privy to that recording or a transcript of that.
Right.
And that's a problem.
Well,
That's how far back, Eddie, you want to start the idea of corruption and a frame job. There you go.
There's a
they
lot
were already setting the media up for this.
There's a lot in that interview, in my opinion, that's very telling. Very telling. Being the alpha, that statement. And it makes me come back now to hearing him say he didn't have to go up them stairs. He didn't have to go upstairs. I'm starting to, is that meaning that I think we talked about it then too, but it almost sounds like he's making it sound like Xana and Ethan were the targets. Truly. Okay.
Or that he went Xana, Ethan upstairs there and then back down to Xana's room.
Right.
Because in order for Dylan to get eyes on him looking right at him, as she argues now, they're saying peek out of that door, she could only have made that witness statement if he walked towards her from the living area. So it's that statement that's always kept me under the understanding they went up and then they came down and then they walked out.
Here's the thing, though, Sarge. Take this into account and think about this for a minute. Knowing that we've heard recently that somebody ran up and down them stairs, they're claiming that it was Xana. It was claimed before that it was Kaylee. What if they were attacking Xana and Ethan simultaneously again? Kaylee heard that and come running down the stairs to see what the hell was going on, and she got chased upstairs, and boom. Okay,
because that's not what she said. She said they came down and went up and then came back down again.
Who's she?
Dylan.
Okay.
Dylan says she heard her come down the stairs and go up, and then she heard her come down again. And then Ann said, "We know that can't be true because we know where the victims were found upstairs."
Sorry. Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying
that the up, again. So that's what I mean. These fucking people have hidden the evidence in what, and only given us evidence to impugn Brian Koberger to the extreme. There's no, we don't know the order of which these episodes took place.
Right.
And I've never accepted anything Dylan has told us is there's truth in it, but not the truth that's really being hidden.
Right.
There's a truth that she has that she's just been covering up.
Right. Okay. I'm just reading the chat. Eddie, anything to add on to that?
In general, imagine this. So if whoever is putting this information out, if they want to propagandize this or taint a jury pool, then rather than putting it out themselves, it would be best to, who better to put it out than one of the victim's family members? Because they're always portrayed as untouchable. What they say is gospel, and no one's going to challenge them unless they risk getting attacked. So they can, in other words, say anything with impunity.
Right. You're right, Eddie. And that's exactly how they start the ball rolling. And I'm surprised that early in the investigation, that reporter knows about the 911 call. That's shocking to me. That should not have been in his possession at that point in time. That was what, the 28th of December or 28th of November? It was very early.
No, it was December 4th.
Okay. Still very, very early, 2 weeks. And his sources are reaching out to him, telling him about the 911 call. So the guy, I don't know. It's that, but again, to me, that's the beginning. They're propagandizing the media. The media is interacting with the family. The families are then continuing the propagandizing up until this day. It all started way back then.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's definitely issues.
How did you not go in the second floor? I don't look. I
I-
can't imagine Dylan didn't let these people in. There's just nobody can convince me of that. There's just no way that
I
you
don't think-
avoid that girl.
I don't think that the door. It was stated that doors weren't locked, Sarge. So whoever came in on their
They
own.
don't know that though. They don't know that. They're saying they got there to unlock doors. They got there to open doors. We don't know how this person gained access, but we do know that the first door that you come across is a bedroom with a girl in it. Yet you don't touch that door. You don't enter that door. That girl's peeking in and out of the door. You don't touch that girl. You don't do anything to that girl. You proceed to kill 4 other people in that home.
Maybe they weren't supposed to.
That's exactly my point. She let them in. She knows way more than she's ever shared. That girl is up to her ears in this, in my opinion.
I do agree with that. I do believe she knows way more. And it's really sad. Really sad. I don't even think, Truling, I don't think there was a car. I think whoever did this was on foot. If there was a car, it was parked over on Walenta or somewhere else, and they were on foot. I do not believe that there was a car at that house at
Nor
all.
do I. And if the car is there, it's in the images that they're just not pointing to.
Yeah.
So if there was a car involved, you could pretty much rest assured it's not the white Elantra they want you to believe it to be.
Right. Agreed. And Bobby said, what if Ethan was the target? Xana was collateral. Kaylee came down to see what was going on, ran back up to Maddie's room since it was the closest resulting. Listen, Bobby, this is where I've been in my head for a little while with this, okay? Because of a certain theory I have. I'm not going to go into all of it right now. That's why I kind of explained what I just said a few minutes ago, that Xana or Ethan was target because of something that happened earlier in the evening, possibly. I'm not saying that that's what actually, I feel wholeheartedly that that's what happened, but that's part of something that I believe could have been part of it. And that does involve other people, fraternity, possibly, so on and so forth. That's why I'm not going so deep into it, okay? I'll just let it go for now. But that is something that I thought a long time ago, and then I kind of let it go, and we're back to it again. Because that statement, he didn't have to go up them stairs. He didn't have to go upstairs. He's serious about that for a reason. I gotta wonder. And I also gotta wonder if what we're hearing about them coming home late, they were out after everybody else. They were not home at 2 or even 2:30 at that point. And I gotta wonder if that is how this presented. If they brought somebody home with them, not on purpose, but somebody followed them, trying to finish a situation, maybe, or approaching them about a situation to resolve their own way, per se, if you know what I'm saying. But I'm just saying that is interesting to me. Very interesting to me.
Well, I honestly, I'm sorry. I think 4 a.m. is accurate. And I think the crime continued on beyond 4:20 a.m. I don't know that I'll go back as far as 3, but I accept Dylan stating that there was a man in their house at about 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And I think that she let this person or people in that home. She didn't look out of her door and see this guy until 4:20, right? Is that her argument? Sometime later. So this whole timeline being established, and then they circle around to look for a vehicle rather than try to investigate the 2 people that are in the home during the crime, which is just a little stunning to me. I wouldn't have looked outside that house at all.
Right.
I would have had police come and detain both of those girls, but it's 8 hours after the crime. I would have had the shower drains taken apart, the kitchen drains taken apart. I would have really considered those 2 people involved in the actual murders to the extent of all else, meaning that's all I would have focused on. And I would have sent another team to look for other stuff. But I never would have immediately given up that they were just victims. I mean, if you want to have tunnel vision, you got no better suspect than someone that's there before, during, and after the crime and reported the crime. That set of circumstances is unimaginable to ignore. I would have lifted up carpets in her room, looked at her mattress, make sure it wasn't flipped over. I would have went through her closet. There's nothing I wouldn't have overturned in that home. I'd have cut floor. Right? I mean,
I agree. Definitely, I agree. Just me. Steve walked back to comment. He stated he meant the stairs leading up to the lounge area from the front door, as he didn't know for sure. See, he's done that more than once, just me. And I think that in some sense, it's very possible that those are just excuses to get out of the statement that he made. That's truly what I think, because I've seen him do it more than once. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's a fact. I'm just saying it's an opinion. So, but yeah, that's quite interesting. I'll say that for sure. A lot
He
of those
also made a statement that the call was made from inside the house, but we know that's not accurate. They're out in the parking lot because the
Right.
policeman shows, right?
Yeah.
So where did he get that information from?
Well, I
Just
don't know if that was just a blanket statement, Sarge, as in like it came from the person in the house, or if he meant like literally inside the
He said
house.
it was.
That
we
is in
know
the
that-
press conference that we learned that.
Yeah.
He said we know that the call was made within the house from one of the surviving roommates' phones. That's what the recorder
He
said.
reiterated that from the press conference, which I was going to pull that up next, and then that'll be it for tonight, and then we'll move on to it tomorrow. But that's where it first dropped, and then he reiterated that himself. So yeah, agreed.
Okay. Well, that's dishonest. That's not how it worked. We know now that that's not the event, right?
Yeah, agreed. All right, hold on here.
What time do you start this tomorrow?
I'm going to try to start it earlier tomorrow than I did today. I just had a lot going on.
Well, send
I'm
me a
going to
message
try to
on
go
Discord.
about 3 or 4. I'm going to try to do it tomorrow.
Okay.
Hold on here. Hold on. Eddie, do you remember when the second press conference was?
The 16th was the first, and then the 20th was the next one, and then the 23rd was the final one.
Okay, hold on here.
By the way, are you able to make a mental note of the list that I've given you? The ones we've kind of checked off and the ones that we have yet to do? Have you made...
Yeah, I have them written down in front of me.
Okay.
That's what I've been doing. Okay, so we've already watched the second one. Then I did these backwards. The 16th is the first one. That's right. Okay. So my apologies, folks. My apologies. So flip-flop these two. The one that we just watched with Roger Lanier was actually the second one. The one we're about to watch now was the first one they came out with on the 16th.
You know, someone mentions hazing, but it may not have been hazing that got out of hand. That may have been the goal of the hazing. I mean, we look at the world through what our experience has been, and yet we seem to forget that some of these crime cartels, these drug cartels, these sex trafficking cartels have different ways to become members. And when you know one of those frats nationwide was indicted for drug smuggling, right?
Yeah.
You gotta wonder. You really gotta wonder. Now there's young men that go downtown and will shoot and kill an innocent person to get to become part of a gang. That's real. That's not what it was 20 years ago. But in the modern world, that really happens. People are killed for your entrance into an organization. And there could be random people, or they could be targeted people for all you know, is the guy getting in.
Yeah.
You don't know. So
just like gang activity, they do the same thing. Agreed.
Yeah. So the hazing thing, you know, again, nobody knows what happened here, but if it was that, it could also be that extreme behavior.
Right. Okay.
Thank you, Chief Fry. Thank you, Chief Fry. I'm Scott Green, president of the University of Idaho, and with me is Tori Lawrence. He's our pro.
Now, before we go forward with this, I'm going to give you guys a heads up on my side of things. I have a huge issue with this guy, mainly because he's been involved. It's bothered me the whole time that he's been involved in everything, every aspect, every police meeting, every debriefing, everything. He's been involved in it from the beginning, and I don't understand how or why, based on who he is. It's like I said, it's no different to me than something happening at my neighbor's house and me being involved in the investigation as a neighbor. That's stupid to me. Makes no sense. But
that's right.
Again,
I agree. There is something off about this.
Wholeheartedly, in my opinion, absolutely off. You should not. Granted, you're the president of the university. I'll give you this or see whatever the hell he is. That's fine. And there is some you should know, but not as in depth as he was and is. There's no way. No way. Never seen that before in my life, guys. Never. And he has been at every aspect of this investigation. He knows everything. Everything. I don't get it. So anyway, I just wanted to give a heads up on that before we even go forward with this. As you see here, right here, and listen to what he says to you guys.
Provost and Blaine Eccles, our Dean of Students, will be available for questions after all of the statements are made. The crime, to us, this crime and the loss of these young lives is just simply beyond comprehension. While our small community is certainly not immune to such things, it's not a situation our close-knit campus is used to dealing with. First, my deepest condolences to the families. And friends of Ethan, Kaylee, Zena, and Madison. Excuse me. Their loss has been devastating, and they were bright lights in our community and are deeply missed and remain in our thoughts and our prayers. We've been working with Moscow Police since we were notified on Sunday of the crime. We've helped when asked and continually pushed for information whenever possible, knowing that we cannot interfere with the important work and good investigations that are occurring. We just want justice for these victims. Our focus at the university is to support our students and our employees. We are encouraging students and employees to take care of themselves as we head into Thanksgiving break. I want to take a moment to commend our faculty and staff who have been on the front lines helping our students, whether that is providing counseling to those in need of support, accommodating those who want to travel home, or engaging those who find comfort in staying busy interacting with their peers and our instructors in class. Our employees stepped up when our students needed them. While we have relied heavily on the expertise of Moscow Police, we feel confident that remaining open with flexibility to leave allows our students to decide what is best for them. The weeks ahead will continue to challenge us as this loss and the circumstances around this crime become known. We will support each other as we grieve, and we'll move through this together as a Vandal family. Thank you.
Brenda, there's people have different feelings and opinions and theories about this, okay? I have paid attention to all the evidence that exists on both sides of the tracks, for lack of better terms. I am by no means a conspiracy theorist. I'm reading things for the way I see them presented to us, okay? By all means. If you're not comfortable here, I understand, and I respect your feelings on things too, as we do with anybody. But that there's no conspiracy to it. It's the fact of how it's being presented to us. You've seen, obviously, everything too, and your opinion I respect. If it's not like mine, that's okay. That doesn't mean I'm a conspiracy theorist, but because it's not a conspiracy that I'm looking at. I'm looking at the thing that has happened, whether that's there's obvious corruption going on somewhere within here for whatever reason. And there was a lot of lies and misinterpretations, misrepresentations, all that. That's what we're looking at and saying that that's just not right. It shouldn't be that way. So just, but again, I respect your feelings and opinions, but I'm not a conspiracy theorist by any means. Okay. I just don't like the way we've been lied to. Okay. I don't like the things that have been misrepresented to us. And that's why we're looking at all the things that we can and going back and seeing it for what it is at some point before this and coming back to it now. That's all.
I would like to have Colonel Kedrick Wills come to the podium, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police. And as we have this discussion today, I'd like to express my appreciation for your attendance here. because it's important, vitally important, that we get the information that we have out to the public. Crime knows no boundaries, and these murders have shaken us to our very core. You heard the university president as well as the chief of police talk about this small community, and it's a very close, tight-knit community. And our hearts break for the families that lost their loved ones, the University of Idaho, the Moscow community, and even within our entire state. Be assured, the Idaho State Police is firmly in support of the work that the Moscow Police Department is doing, and we are providing every resource that we can to make sure that this comes to a conclusion, and that the person or people that this is responsible are brought to justice. It's so important that you understand that this takes a team effort. This is teamwork with the university, with this Moscow City Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It takes everybody to be able to do this. And it's a balancing act. It's a balancing act of getting the community the information that they need to have with making sure that we provide a case that the Latah County Prosecutor's Office can go forward with. Governor Little, Idaho's governor, has assured me that the full weight of all the resources we have within our state are available to Chief Fry and to his team. Our crime lab is also involved with processing evidence, and our law enforcement throughout the region, state.
Hold on 1 minute here, Brenda. Brenda says Maddie told Adam that she wanted to get back together with Jack. That is what she told Jack. How do you know that, Brenda? Because nobody else does. And that's what the calls and voicemails to Jack. Again, how do you know that that's what that is? Nobody knows that. That's never been put out anywhere. So how would anybody know that? I don't understand that at all. I mean, if that's true and you have a reliable source to verify something like that, how would nobody else know about that, though? Because that's always been something that everybody's wondered. And the calls and voicemails, how do you know that? Nobody knows that. I'm not saying you're wrong, but if you know that's a fact, I would love to see how and where that came from, truly, because I think everybody wants to know that. Or is that an assumption based on the fact that you believe there's, there can't be anything else involved in that? That's all I'm saying. And then, not all due respect intended.
State and federal agencies continue to provide resources. From the Idaho State Police's perspective, we provided detectives here from this area, as well as detectives from out of the area, state police detectives, as well as patrol resources and communication assistance as well to provide for Chief Fry and his team. Following this briefing, our communications director from the Idaho State Police, Aaron Snell, if you'd raise your hand, Aaron, he will be the contact for all press media inquiries from here on out. He'll be working closely with Chief Fry and his team. And we have additional, like I said, additional patrol and investigation resources brought to bear here as well. We want to do everything we can to make sure that this is done correctly and that the people that are responsible for this are brought to justice.
So pause it right there.
I'm going to open it.
Just on that portion right there, by Colonel Kedrick Wills, the biggest takeaway there,
right?
This cannot be understated. This takes everybody to be able to do this. This takes teamwork. Remember during the Frank suppression hearings that there was 2 days where the defense pressed upon during their argument that this was a team effort. They were co-located. So again, notice all the players involved that are in this team. It takes everybody. They got the FBI, the Idaho State Police, Moscow Police Department, even the governor. Of course, I don't know if he's, part of the team, but they got his support too.
Right.
So that is huge. That's important to note. Everybody's included in on board.
Good
But anyway, that's my point.
Good point.
it up to some questions that I'm sure you have, and we'll do the best we can to answer those for you.
By the way, but there have been no victims shamed or talked down about whatsoever in here. So I don't know where that statement came from either, but there is no victim shaming here. I won't allow for that.
Because that's synonymous. That always goes with guilters. That's how they do it.
Well, that's definitely not a true statement.
That's part of
I would
their
cut it down right away.
That's part of their methodology, their card that they play.
Just so that's known, anybody that were to come in here to say, and Sarge would never do that. Absolutely never do that. So again, anybody that were to come in here to make a statement about Kaylee, Xana, Maddie, or Ethan in a derogatory term in regards to what happened and things like that is absolutely never going to be going to stand in here. That's facts. Period.
Man, I'm being used as a standard. That's unusual.
Yeah, right.
Right. Thank you for having us. I'm Amanda Rowley with KREM 2 News. You mentioned that there's an indication that it's an isolated, targeted incident, and there is an individual somewhere. Can you give us a reason as to why there's that belief there is a suspect? And can you also give a little more information on the forced entry? There's no sign of forced entry, but was the door, did it seem like any of the entries were left unlocked by any means?
I'll answer the last part there just because it's at the front end of my mind. We're not 100% sure if the door was unlocked, but there was no damage to anything, and the door was still open when we got there.
And my first question,
Yeah.
if you'd like me to read.
No, I think I haven't. In these cases, we take the totality of the things that we see, and they're very dynamic, right? And they're very big, and there's a lot of information, and we try to take that information. And some of it we can't share with you, correct? But we try to take that information. We try to make the best educated decision we can. We review that as a team with our detectives, along with our prosecutors, along with the university, and we try to make that best decision on that. So we, at that time, believe that there was no a threat, and our goal is to provide safety for this community. That's why we're bringing in the resources we're bringing. We want a close to this, and we want to do everything we can to let the people in our community know that we care. We want them to feel safe. We want them to be safe, and we're going to do everything we can to do that.
And if I could add one more question. You asked for videos or anything from the community to help put together that timeline. We obtained a copy of Twitch video, and family members of the Gonsalves family were able to identify Maddie and Kaylee in those videos at a food truck ordering food. Is the police department, our investigators, aware of that video, and has it helped put together that timeline?
We are aware of that video, and it has helped. It gives us a time and space where we know that two of our victims were, and that helps us a ton, and we'll continue to follow up all leads that we can and continue to gather those.
Any indication of a party at the home that night?
And this will be the last one, okay? I understand. Not that we know of, not at the home. We know that the other, let me get the names exactly right here. We know that Xana and Ethan were at a different party on campus. But that timeline will still help us if other people know about that.
Thank you.
Chief Wright, John Webb with KHQ. On September 12th, there was a vandal alert that was sent out about a potential stabbing threat on Paradise Path. Does this have any connection with what we've seen so far?
Not that we know of it, but we're following up every lead. Every piece of information we get, we are following up to ensure that nothing has gone unturned. We want to have the individual identified, who is the suspect of this eventually. So we are literally looking into every aspect of everything.
And you guys have said repeatedly that there's no threat to the public, but we don't know who the suspect is. We don't know where he's at. How is there no threat to the public?
Thank you, Tita, and good night.
Well, that's kind of an unknown. Like I said, we took the information that we had at the time. But we do need to be aware the individual is still out there, right? We need to be vigilant. We need to watch out for our neighbors. We're a community policing community. We've said that for years, and it's a community that watches out for each other. We need to continue to do that until we can close this off and make an arrest.
Why has there been such limited information over the past couple of days? I mean, we're almost 4 days into this. Why has it been so limited?
Yeah, it's a difficult, we have a lot of information coming in, and, you know, we have tried to push out some information through press releases. But the reality is, I probably should have been standing here a day or so ago, but I'm here now. We're going to continue to be here. We're going to continue to give you the information we can. We care about this community. I care about this community. I've worked here for 27 years. I want this community to be the safest community around. So
The mayor's called it a crime of passion. Is there any indication that that's true?
we're looking into every aspect of this. I'm not going to stipulate whether it's one thing or another. We're going to continue to investigate and
Sorry, guys. I don't know why this is happening, but
evidence will get that. So
One last
somebody else?
question, if I could, Chief. Have we looked at any boyfriends or any ex-boyfriends, any spouses as a potential suspect?
I will tell you, we're looking at everyone. Every tip we get, every lead we get, there's no one that we're not going to talk to. There's no one we're not going to interview. There's no one that we're not going to look into. And we're going to do our due diligence. We're going to make sure that nothing goes unturned and that we do everything we can with the assistance of all the resources we have to get a final answer.
Thanks, Chief.
So there were, sorry, I'm Emma Epperly with the Spokes Interview. Hi. So there were other roommates who lived at that residence. Were the roommates home at the time of the attack?
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
So since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
No, it was not.
And then they didn't call it into police. So were they injured?
They were not injured. Like I said, we're still following up with everybody that could have been in that area.
And how can you say it's a targeted attack if you don't have a suspect?
Like I said,
yeah, Willie, this was from November 16th of 2022. So 2 days after the murders happened, but sorry if I didn't announce that, you guys.
3 days.
3 days. My apologies.
we take the totality of the situation. We try to make the best bit of information we can with everything that comes in, and then we make our decision off of that. So at this time, I'm not going to expand upon that. But like I've said, we do have a suspect out somewhere, and we are looking for that individual to solve this.
Have a great night, Raquel. Thanks for joining us. We will see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Hi, Rachel Sun, Northwest Public Broadcasting. I just want to clarify something you said earlier. Over the past couple of days, the information that we've been getting is there's not a threat to the public. Then earlier I heard you say you can't be sure that there is no threat. I just want to clarify what your stance is on that at this time.
So we still believe it's a targeted attack, but the reality is there's still a person out there who committed 4 horrible crimes. So I think we got to go back to there is a threat out there still, possibly. We don't know. We don't believe it's going to be to anybody else, but we all have to be aware of our surroundings and make sure that we're watching out for each other.
Okay, and then one other follow-up. I know you said when the call came in, it was for an unconscious person, and also that was a stabbing. It seems, just from an outside perspective looking in, like that would be not the first thing a person calling in would think.
You're right. But the report that we got was that it was an unconscious individual. It wasn't until our officers arrived on scene, went in to do caregiving check on the individual who was unconscious, that we found the scene that we found.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Heather Roberts with ABC News. Just to follow up on what she asked. So The other two roommates were there at the time of the attack?
All the information we have from our investigation is that yes, they were.
Okay, but they were unhurt.
That is correct.
So is there any explanation as to why it took so long then for someone to call 911? You have surviving witnesses to an incident at 3 or 4 in the morning, and the 911 call didn't come until noon?
I don't think I ever said that they were witnesses. I said they were there. So, you know, we don't know why that call came in at noon and not in the middle of the night. Would have we loved for that to have happened? Yes, but that's not how it took place. So that's why we're investigating everything still to try to pull all the pieces together.
Were they one of the people, were they the 911 caller?
At this point in time, I'm not going to divulge who our 911 caller is, just because I want to keep the integrity of the investigation at this point. Okay.
Okay. And last question, are you able to tell whether the same weapon was used on all 4 victims?
You know, that's why we're having the autopsies done. The autopsy will confirm that and hopefully collect some evidence for us, even from those. That's why you do the autopsies, is to try to be thorough and try to gather more. So we'll leave that would probably be something that would come out later.
Excuse me, Derek Shug, Fox News Digital. Was there anything missing in the home, or were the purses still there? Any robbery attempt, anything like that?
Nothing that we have identified. And I'm going to take about 2 more questions. All right.
Hi, I'm Tim with the Daily Evergreen. I was just wondering, were the 2 other individuals present at the home when police responded at noon?
Yes.
Okay.
Chief, if you don't mind elaborating a bit more on those 2 people, was it 2 people? What have those people shared about the circumstances of that night, what they saw or didn't see?
Well, I'm not going to go into what they shared that night. Obviously, that's part of our investigation. That's part of the information that we're trying to build our complete story with. So at that, as far as that goes, we're not going to go any further into what they know and what they don't know.
How many were there?
We believe 2.
Chief, have you looked into the social? Oh, that's questionable. The way he said that, like that, at this point, you would know for a fact if there was only the 2 roommates, right? We believe you.
Well, you got a parking lot full of people. You don't know if any of those people were actually in the home that night.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Is that were they looking at that point, Sarge? Do you think, or Eddie? Do you wonder if they were looking at if any of those other people that were there when they got there were maybe in the house too?
But by the date of this press conference, they would have interviewed, and they would know that through those interviews by now.
I would hope, but I mean, maybe at that point they were wondering if any of those other people were inside. That's still interesting the way he put that. So, just saying. I know this is only a few days out, but still, just wanted to point it out. That's all.
That's odd. You see a woman laying on the floor, and then you come back 8 hours later and she's still laying on the floor, and you call it she's passed out, and the person you bring in the house with you runs to the kitchen to grab a knife. And that's because Dylan definitely thought that they were passed out. Hunter felt the need to go run for a knife.
Don't forget, he's laying in a massive pool of blood too, Sarge. That was never spoken.
Well, you know, I can give a pass to these young girls, but the young girls don't give consistent statements that make the story they're telling true. You don't go home where there's a passed out roommate from drinking and run to the kitchen to get a knife. No. That's not the behavior of a person going to look at a woman that's passed out. No. So what did Dylan tell Hunter before he entered that home? It must have been something that made him feel like he had to
protect himself. Yes.
Who does that? Oh, my girlfriend's passed out upstairs. Can we go check on her? Well, do you got a knife? Do you got a gun? I mean, who would do that? It's funny when people hear only what they want to hear, and when it's written in a document for some reason, they don't give it a second thought. But to me, that's a very damning event that took place that's been passed over. Not by guys in here or a lot of the people that are watching the documents, but I don't give these girls a pass for anything they said because none of it makes fucking sense. Excuse my language.
Right. Good point. Agreed. And I wonder if they are all 4 on the witness. Well, I believe they were taken off the witness list, if I'm correct. Or wait, how did that go down, Eddie, again with the witness list thing?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
We had talked about it before, and I can't remember exactly, but
What was your question? I got
there was
distracted.
somebody had stated at one point they were taken off. One or two of them were taken off the witness list, or both of them. I can't remember.
Oh, I don't know.
The intent of the calls has been discussed numerous times on. Okay.
That says more than you could ever imagine. Just
I'm
mentioning,
just gonna leave that
right?
alone. Not gonna go any further with
The
that.
alcoholic chicken.
I'll just leave that alone. On we.
Boy, does that say it all.
Victims, and do you understand that one may have had an account linked to her Instagram account? Have you looked into those accounts? Have you seen any sort of threats made to any of the individuals?
So we are looking at all resources. You know, we got, like I said, the Federal Bureau of Investigation helping us. We got our detectives, our forensic detectives looking into that. We're trying to pull this whole picture. We're looking at everything that we can look at, social media, etc. So to answer your question, yes, we are.
Were the victims all found in one part of the house?
I'm not going to divulge that either. That's part of our investigation. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and close this off. But if you'd like to, if you have any questions for the university, we'll open that up at this point in time.
That's it's an interesting where people get their info from, Dago.
Had a chance to answer.
Yes.
Oh, I had a question for the chief, so I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm going to pass it.
What is the university doing to make their students feel safe?
Yeah, great question. At this time, I think I'll turn this over to Blaine, who's been dealing directly with our students and dealing with those that truly still feel unsafe despite some of the assurances and things that we're doing. Blaine?
We live in such an upside down world. Eddie, you really, that's one thing you said that nobody can dispute.
Of safety is on everyone's mind right now. We have increased campus safety patrols. Our executive director.
Dago.
Yeah, sir.
That pretty much sums up the press conference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Truly, I don't need the rest of this. So, sorry.
I know there's many streams out there that can explain away the contradictions in the data that we have, contradictions that make the story unbelievable.
Right.
Yet they find words and they find ways to explain it. These two young girls. Well, I don't know. What about the two young girls that walked their best friend into the woods and stabbed her to death? I mean, the idea that girls are innocent is just got to be thrown out the window. And the facts that everything in the probable cause affidavit are completely contradicted by Dylan's own statements to the police that were transcribed is an issue.
Right.
The police told a separate story that when lined up with her actual communications is not the same story. She did not enter a frozen shock phase. She went down to Bethany's room and witnessed Zaina on a floor, clearly enough to understand the direction of her head and feet. And then she went to Bethany's room and didn't discuss this. They didn't run back upstairs. Why wouldn't you check on your passed out friend? I don't get this.
You're taking everything as literal fact. That is the story you're being told. Now, what if that? What if they were not acting of their own volition? What if whoever went into the house was instructed to pass them two over? Maybe they were both in the same room on the first level. Who knows? And she opened her door and 3 times and all this nonsense is just a lie. Or they weren't there at all because they were instructed to not be there during that time.
That's also possible. But rather than try to solve what could have been, because we won't know, when you just try to take what they're sharing to us and now what we can confirm they actually said and did, it's so contradictive and convoluted that it makes no sense as to whether they were there or not there, whether they were, like your argument, they weren't even on the property. That's highly possible. Then who instructed them to tell these additional stories?
Right.
Why the additional stories, Eddie, rather than just saying I wasn't there? I left. I got scared and we both ran. Okay.
That's what I've been asking you for these many
Yeah.
weeks. It would be law enforcement that would know
Well,
and be going along with it. If you're asking, if the likes of you and I are asking these questions, how much more so would law enforcement be?
not even close, obviously. Eddie, I think we out IQ them by numbers that are staggering.
Yeah.
No, look what they did here. But here's what I'm saying. For people that run in from the Drunk Turkey Show, and you can like whoever you like, but the critical questions of statements made by what you consider a witness they don't make circular logic. They're triangles and squares and they're octagons, and you can't go into a home where you've been told that there's a drunk roommate, Zana specifically, passed out. You can't send Hunter into that home and his first act is to flee to the kitchen to get a knife. That is not consistent with the story that Dylan knew her to be passed out. That's consistent with the story of Dylan knowing that these young individuals were dead and knifed, specifically killed. That's why Ethan would run to the kitchen. Now, nobody needs to tell us this. You just need to look at the behaviors and the statements made by those that were there. And you don't do what Dylan states happened. You don't see your friend on a bedroom floor going down to Bethany's room and you two not talk about it. You don't then call your parents and get on the internet and not discuss that and not be told to go check on those girls, on that girl that you witnessed on the floor. None of this is sensible. None of this can be explained away. Oh, she's just a blonde young girl. None of this makes any sense.
I agree with everything you're saying.
Right. The fact that people are so willing to take a drunk turkey explanation to make the unsensible make sense, it's not even that you're stupid. It's that you're gullible. Stupidity, well, ignorance can be cured. Stupidity is permanent, but gullibility is something that you choose to be as well.
Well,
And when you read these statements, it makes no sense.
So bad that Brian's guilty that you'll listen to everything and
Right.
ignore all the other stuff that's in your face. I mean, you can't do that.
Yeah,
if you
it
want to
makes
believe
no
that's so
sense.
bad, that's fine. That's understood. Anybody, not
We were lied to by what we're told are witnesses.
Right.
We're right, and it's just look at Brian could be the killer. It still doesn't make what Dylan is telling us make any sense, even if he's the killer. That's the problem. Even if he is the killer, how do you make sense of a young man being told about a passed out young woman, and he goes to the kitchen to get a knife?
Right.
Somebody make that make sense, because you can't.
Any of the other stuff that's been presented from that aspect of the case, it's all ridiculous.
It just
100% ridiculous.
Why is she telling us lies? Why not just say I came out of my room and I saw Zana down on the floor in a puddle of blood and I ran out of the house? That would be believable.
Well,
Right.
if I told you guys what I would believe truly happened, I would truly believe what happened at that aspect, as that when she was told, or if it actually happened that way, when Bethany said, "Run down here," and this is just common sense in my opinion. As she's going by, it claims she glanced and saw Xana laying there. I'm sorry, but if you see somebody laying on the floor, you're going to call out to them. If you think it's your friend, they don't respond. You do it again, they don't respond. You walk towards that person and possibly shake them and say, "Hey, you okay?"
Right.
You're going to see everything, in my opinion, and then take off running. And I feel like that's probably what truly happened. Just saying. Go ahead.
Well, here's why. Because she's being coached to make
I
those
get it.
statements.
Yeah.
She is being used. She is untouchable.
Like I said,
She's
pawn.
involved by force.
Yeah.
And she's going to be sticking to her story, whether she likes it or not.
And the 911 call was made, honestly, because it was the only thing left to do. You couldn't continue on any further without calling 911.
Right.
Right?
I would agree.
And you can't make sense that she's talking to her dad on the phone and they're sending videos or pictures and then they're deleting them and they're they're going to their LinkedIn account, they're going here, they're going to TikTok, you can't make sense of that.
That's what I'm saying. You can't have it both ways, guys, and that's what they're doing. On one hand, they're saying how terrified and petrified they are about this, but on the other side, she's on Indeed and she's doing cropping photos and flipping pictures and doing this and doing that. How do you can't have it both ways? Okay.
How about if she came out and said that she recognized Brian Koberger when she went herself and looked at the mugshot that was available online? If Dylan would have said that was the man that was in her house, I remember so and so features.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen under a private view and then under police questioning when showed the photo.
Right.
She actually said that she thought it should have jumped off the page, especially with that nose.
Yep.
Right. So here's the problem with these drunk turkeys in that. Because they're being told and they're pushing the narrative Brian did it, they're ignoring everything else.
Yes.
And everything else makes no damn sense.
No, and there's so many of these little things that are so very important. Well, that's just a small detail. It's not important. Every single thing in this case absolutely matters. I don't care how small it is or how big it is, because it has some relation to some part of this. And it's a disaster. This entire thing is a disaster from beginning to end.
People could say that it doesn't matter what Dylan and Bethany did. And I guess if you're convinced, then you can't be understanding that it's possible that Brian is not the sole perpetrator and or not the perpetrator at all. If you can't entertain that, then nothing those two girls did could be out of line for you.
Right. You can't close your mind off to something like this, folks. You got to have an open mind and be able to critically think about everything that is being presented to us and look at it for what it is, not just for what they're telling us that it is. I don't care what they tell us. I'm going to look at it until I figure it out on my own.
The whole PCA, and I said it now, everybody agrees. The whole probable cause affidavit should have been thrown in the ground and buried. It should never have been authorized unless here's the way it got authorized. The judge knew they had DNA, but they asked the judge to ignore it, not to use it. So the judge most likely signed off on that horse shit because she knew they had DNA. In other words, she was manipulated in a sense.
Agreed. Hold on, Sarge, real quick. I'm sorry. Listen, guys, I know Brenda may have a different feeling than we do and sees things in a different way, but we don't. Let's ease off, okay? Let her respect her theories, her feelings, whatever. That's fine. She doesn't agree with us. It's okay. We do this all the time. We can do that. Just let's lay off her a little bit, because I know it's frustrating when other people see it different ways than we do, but we see that and it happens, and that's okay. I'm good with that. I respect how she feels. Let her feel that way. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead. Sorry, Sarge.
No, it's just a matter of taking the data and understanding it because you read it, you understood it, you watched the hearings, and you continue to listen to things that you're hearing 2.5 years later that should have been released in the first 6-8 weeks of this investigation. Before there was a probable cause hearing or even an indictment, we should have been made aware of the 911 call, what transpired, how it transpired, all of those things. And none of that, it was all kept down secret because it presents so many unanswerable questions. You can't make sense of what they did that morning. It doesn't comport with somebody residing in a home with a passed out friend. None of that even makes sense if that girl was simply passed out. And maybe let's say none of these murders took place, but she choked to death in her own vomit.
Right.
You would have a completely different opinion of these girls' behavior. Their explanations wouldn't make any sense to you. So she died because you didn't go check on her? That would be your argument. So the funny thing is that you have to be open enough to question and to see what's going on in front of you.
Yeah.
That PCA is a joke. There's nothing in there that's a fact that places Brian Koberger at that scene. And nothing in evidence so far, even though they're contradicting their own PCA, none of the information they've given places Brian there. Nothing.
That is such a contrast, though, Sergeant. You know that we should be able to open our minds and think outside the box, and yet it's like you're stumped and so focused on the fact that it's true. What we're being fed is the narrative of that night.
Right. The backdrop. I mean,
not that I want to continue back forth, all night
right
on a public forum about it, but I'm just you got me stumped sometimes the way you.
Well, I don't mean to stump you. I mean, I do repeat the facts as we know them. And I know that there's people that come in the chat room in any one of these streams that may not be aware of the facts or never gave it a thought to question the explanations they were given. So if you put yourself in the shoes of Dylan and just read that 911 call, you can't make sense of what she's doing.
It does make sense. It's,
time,
I
right?
have a simple guide. It's if it doesn't make sense, it isn't true. If you apply that to your life will be much easier, and you can see when you're being deceived readily. So,
That's a good theory. It's a good theory. I like it.
it's not true. It's as simple as that. Don't overthink it. Don't
Has anyone thought
waste
about
any
how
more
these
time.
how these girls have? Well, here's the thing, Eddie. Some people like to break it down and think through it and try to make it make sense. It is
That makes sense what she said. What Brenda's saying makes sense, but what do you do once you wake up and you start calling people and you
Well,
start
hold on.
texting people?
Let me read this so that everybody sees it. Has anyone thought about how these girls have lived their entire lives going through active shooter drills on a weekly basis? They have been told their entire lives to hide and be quiet. That's a good point, Brenda. But
It is, yeah.
In this, I like that. But in this situation, in the home that you live in with your friends, it's a whole different
a friend that you witnessed laying on the bedroom floor with her head towards their wall and the feet towards the door.
Right.
In other words, you got such a good look that Dylan could see so clearly that she could tell you exactly the configuration her friend was laying in. And then she immediately went down to Bethany's room, and they did not both come back up to check on Zaina.
And they weren't
sorry, man.
hiding for 8 hours either. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. I
Nope.
mean, if they were that scared, like I said, how are you so comfortably sitting here cropping pictures and being on, Indeed and doing this and doing that? And then all of a sudden at some point you're like, okay, well, let's go get somebody else. That makes no sense. It's like, just me said it's like apples to oranges. I agree.
Douglas, if I could, real quick, I don't want to spend too much time talking about why it doesn't make sense that evening, the events of that evening, but if I could, about that press conference, give a couple final thoughts on that.
Yeah, go ahead, because we're about done anyway. Go ahead.
I noticed that I couldn't help but notice how strong the press corps was there. They asked, the reason is, notice how they made Chief Fry tongue-tied. They asked such good, proper questions.
I noticed that way back then too. You're right.
And that is why the press conferences were few and far between. And then eventually they just put a end to the press conferences and just kind of had their own Facebook. They just disseminated without being asked questions thereafter. So, but Jesse had a good idea for, let's kind of go through all these and review.
Yeah.
And I had an idea because John Webb, notice how during that press conference that we just watched, he had really good questions.
Yes.
And since that time, he has kind of aligned himself with the team, and he's become a team player, so to speak.
Right.
He has done another interview with the G family. And if we were to contrast what we just witnessed of John Webb this evening during this press conference and the way it is with him during this interview, where we can see the contrast and the change in that. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Absolutely.
He's like the drunk turkey. They join the narrative where the traffic is easier to direct, and they just get on the bandwagon because they want to make their way. They want to make their way down that stream and be somebody. Right?
Well,
They're in the recording. They want to be.
It could be that or something else.
Such as?
Well, how does, like, I don't know, this is a deep thought. How do they echo? How does the mainstream media echo? They get some type of a signal and they know like what points to echo and to put on repeat and to pound into the brains of the watchers, the public of the United States or the world. They have a way of doing that.
Right. They tell you what to think. They don't tell you the truth necessarily. Just
They are
what to
being
think about
controlled
the
by some mechanism.
Yeah.
Now, that can be other peer pressure or other people in the news that are part of that little process you're mentioning, because there is a video out there that shows news reporters sharing the exact same story word for word, all at different times and different networks all across the country, all speaking from the same script. So you do have footing for that point. How does that footing get spread amongst the media? And that would be like you're not going to come into a narrative with an open-minded perspective, because all of your peers and coworkers are focused on this narrative that they're trained to repeat. So you become part of that group. Maybe not even necessarily out of knowledge of becoming part of that group. You adopt the views of those around you. And Drunk Turkey and other places are effective in doing that. And so are we when you get right down to it. Our argument, Eddie, is that we try to be fair and argue, or not even argue, fair and review what's fact and what's not fact, and try to make it make sense. Right? So we're not stuck on innocence or guilt. We're trying to understand the information being alleged against the perpetrator. And a lot of people it's too much work. You got to think. People don't think. They'd rather believe that Daniel knows, or they want to believe that Daniel has a source, or Megyn Kelly, or some of those other people on TV. Of course they know. And, they do have sources. But again, that's where you get that common narrative. Are these sources the places where the information is disseminated to get them all on the same page? Who knows?
That's a great point, Brenda. That's why she should not have made a statement that wasn't true. That's the point.
What did she say? Highlighted it.
She just said, how the hell would Dylan recognize the mugshot of a man when all she saw was his eyes?
She saw his saw his face. She saw everything from his mouth.
She never recognized the mugshot.
She never recognized it at all. In turn, the eyebrow, all the mess.
Brenda misunderstands. She thinks I'm arguing for Brian's innocent, and that's exactly not what I'm doing. I don't believe the man to be innocent, and I don't believe the man to be guilty. He's innocent until proven guilty, and I want the data that you're giving me to put this man in front of a firing squad to make sense.
Yeah,
that's all. I don't
we're
know
all
if he did it or not.
Truth. It's not about innocent
Right.
or Brian. We're not pro burgers. The channel's a truth channel, Brenda, so you know. But we're basing it off of everything we see that we have broke down to this point. That's why.
Brenda, you go watch the video where the lead investigator is asked, in all of your data, is there any imagery or video that clearly shows that car belongs to Brian Kohlberger and or Brian Kohlberger himself?
No.
And Officer Payne responds, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. So I'm sorry. When the cop that collected all this video and collated it and produced images from it tells you that none of that can clearly identify Brian or his car, then I have an issue. Then where's the identification? You're going to solely put this man to death on DNA when there's multiple other DNA samples within the crime scene. Why aren't those other people being killed too? Right? Isn't that fair? If that's all it takes to kill Kohlberger, then get the names of the other DNA samples and line them up and shoot them. You can't have it both ways. His DNA matters, but no one else's does. And if that's the way you're just going to ignore the reality of this crime, then you shouldn't even be involved in true crime. Go knit or something.
Well, and I will say this, Brenda. A lot of people have, if they've stated that Drunk Turkey is biased, he is. He's even said that he is.
And
he is biased. It is what it is. He is biased. That's a fact. And so be it. I respect that. I'm not. And, I'm just saying, I totally agree with Sarge on that part. It's the lack of transparency that's 100% what the biggest problem is. That's what we're all talking about.
And worse, when they become transparent, they're sharing stuff with you 2.5 years later. It doesn't seem to be important or make sense because it was given 2.5 years later.
Right. And
if we would have known all of this information right after the indictment, as this stuff was there, they didn't hide it all. And now all of a sudden it's coming out in drips and drabs. And in the meantime, while this is coming out that creates questions, the media's came out and they're playing their propaganda game. They're showing you a picture of Brian and they're telling you that proves he committed murder. Look at the scumbag. Look at this. Look at that. He had a perfectly normal interaction with a woman at a pool party. but that
Right.
proves he's an incel. He's a dirtbag. And they're telling you how to think about these images, how to think about the pool party. It's like, what?
And
How do
guys,
you
there
not
should have
notice that?
never been sides on this, okay? There
Yeah.
should have never been sides to this. There should only be one side, and that's truth and justice for the 4 victims that were murdered. Period. That's all there is to it.
Right.
And what has happened is because there's so many people out here that are pro-police, and that's good. I get that, okay? That they'll just accept the fact that when a police officer puts handcuffs on somebody, takes them into custody, and arrests them, that's all there is. It's said and done. They're right. You can't do that nowadays. Okay. There's nothing wrong with questioning situations and scenarios to try to understand. And we would have never questioned this. Understand that. None of us would have ever questioned this if these problems didn't exist. If these things were not out here. If these misinterpretations, misrepresentations did not happen. But they did. And that's why people like most of the people in here went, wait a minute, stop. What and how? Okay. And that's why we're in the boat that we're in. And then you have other people that said, nope, the police arrested him. That's all I need to hear. I'm walking away.
Right. When Steve came out and said that there was going to be electronic data connecting him to the crime, remember that? Remember when all that hype was going about the modem and the okay. I was waiting for that to come forward. I would accept that as evidence Brian was in that home. And then we find out there's no electronic connection between Brian and the victims at all.
Right.
When they told us that car would be a petri dish. A petri dish of evidence. And it came out to be none at all.
There was nothing. There's nothing. No connection whatsoever. Thank you, Jenna.
As
So much.
sometimes
God
we
bless
have
you.
to be sensible to the fact that part of this propaganda is going to include people that insert themselves into these chats and disrupt, and arguing with them is going to be like arguing with a brick wall.
That's very true.
They're not that dumb of people. They're smart.
No,
and they know what they're doing.
That is very true. That is very true.
That's
and
why
a
I
good-
blocked that one person I won't name.
Right. Jenna, thank you so much for that super chat, dear. Stopping by for support, shared something. Thank you so much. I will look at it. God bless, and I hope you're having a great night. Again, justice for Crystal McCrory Jones. Always. Thank you, Jenna.
Did they
But
ever
on
find
that note,
young
Diego,
kid?
thank you for having me up.
Yeah, hey, thank
As
you.
always.
We're at the end here. And Sarge, what'd you say, boss?
Did they ever find those 2 young children that went missing?
No, not yet. I covered that this morning. It's still
Okay. Sorry.
It's still a mess. But yeah, Eddie, thank you, bud. Hope to see you tomorrow, possibly. Have a great rest of your night, and thank you for
A real
joining.
quick idea. The reason I asked you earlier about, if you're keeping track of the ones we covered and not covered, I
Yeah, I
know sourcing, getting a link, in other words, sourcing, finding these things can be a challenge sometimes. So maybe, the group think tank or the hive mind, maybe we can appeal to some others that can help us find the ones that we're missing and try to fill in the gaps of what we haven't seen yet. That could be people's homework between now and the next time. Just a thought.
Muted
Eddie,
again.
I'm glad we were in
If you
here
guys
to-
want to do that, then please feel
Yeah.
free. Absolutely. That's a good point, Eddie.
They would just need to know, the basics, the date, the news organization, the details of what you're looking for.
We've covered everyone that I could find up to the beginning of December, and those 2 press conferences. We have one more to cover, and other than that, that's as far as we got tonight. So
yeah, there's no statement. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's funny. To me, I find it rather funny that people really stick to storylines that have been debunked by the documentation, not by me or Dago or Eddie. There's no statement that she yelled for people to be quiet. That's not true. There's no argument. Her transcribed interviews by the police are available publicly, and there's not one of them that says she did that.
Right.
Those are stories that people put forward on the internet. They're YouTubers or TikTokers.
Right.
There's also a guy out there that said they parachuted onto the deck.
You ain't
There were
lying.
tunnels under the house.
You ain't lying.
There you go. I love coming in and talking about this topic. Eddie, you're
we
awesome.
love
man.
having you, Sarge.
Yeah.
Eddie.
Thanks again, Sergeant and Daigle.
Always, Eddie. My door's always open to both of you, your family. You know it. We love you. We appreciate you both. Have a
And it's
great
okay
night.
if you misspelt my name, Candy Girl. That's okay. Okay,
No
good night,
worries.
everybody.
Have a
Love you
great
all.
one, fellas. See you guys
Good night.
soon. And everybody in the chat, I really, really do appreciate you all very much. I hope you guys know that. It's always a good conversation. Even somebody that I will, if we, that's on the other side of the fence here, I appreciate and respect what you have to say if it makes sense. Okay. But even if it doesn't, I still will respect you because it's your feelings. Okay. And that's what we expect from those people towards us, because we don't always feel the same way. And it's okay to disagree, guys, because in the end, the whole reason why go ahead, Sarge.
I respect anybody that wants to insult or attack me. I don't think you should try. I have no objection to that at all. It doesn't offend me. Now, I agree they shouldn't be doing in general, but if it's attack against me or whatever, I don't take it personally, and it doesn't bother me. I understand I'm not the easiest person to like, and that's just who I am, and that ain't going to change anytime soon. So, it's fine.
You can't teach an old ass dog new tricks, can you?
Well, yeah, roof.
Anyway, no, good.
Nice.
Exactly.
Have a good night, Dago. Thanks. I'll try to be around tomorrow, but that time I may not be.
Either way, we'll work it out. I appreciate you so very much. Have a great one. So yeah, I appreciate everybody that comes in here, whether you agree or disagree with what we think, as long as you're respectful. That's what matters, okay? In the end, like I was saying, the only thing that matters is that we can bring truth to the surface, that we can talk about the truth. That's all we care about in here, is getting the truth and getting real and actual justice for these victims. Because truly, if Brian did do this, and they can prove that he did this, then he deserves that punishment. That will be true justice for these victims. But if he didn't, and they put him in front of a firing squad, that's murder. It truly is murder, in my opinion. Okay. And that's no better than what we were already looking at. And that's not the answer. That's not true justice for Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. And that's what they deserve, as real justice. And, there's no victim shaming in here, because I see 4 victims and their families are victims to what happened to them. I agree. Those other 2 are victims of the circumstance, yes, but they're not victims of the crime, folks. I do not believe they are. There's people that disagree with me, but I don't. I believe that they're witnesses to an extent. They were there. They know, in my opinion. And they've proven that by the things that they've done. By not, and let me ask this, guys. In all this, why couldn't you just tell the truth from the beginning? Just tell the truth. Why are we having to go through all this to get an answer to what happened to these young, amazing people that never got to start a life? Why? It makes no sense. Shabash to you, Eddie. Have a great night, brother. That's the point, folks. We're not trying to argue with people in here. We're not trying to purposely go against other people's feelings. You get certain other creators and channels that sit in here, oh, you're idiots and you're stupid and you're this and you're that and you're that. Really? Why? We don't say that to you. We look at what is presented to us. We break it down. It is what it is. You cannot change what we're seeing. They're giving it to us that way. And critical thinking is critical thinking. Okay? Having tunnel vision and just saying, okay, well, the police said he did it, so he did it. That's not the way that's why our country's so screwed up right now. One of the big reasons, guys. It truly is. So, good night, Mama D. Remember that, folks. It's okay to question something if you're not comfortable with it, okay? In fact, you should. I feel that you should question it if you're not comfortable with it. If you don't understand it, you should question it. If it doesn't make sense, you should question it, especially when it comes to somebody's life. And that's what the court systems are all about. That's the same thing they do in the courts. So why can't we do it? We're not going to solve it. We're not going to indict somebody. We're not going to do all that, but we sure as hell can ask our questions, guys. And that's what this is all about. And that's why we do it. That's all I'm saying. So I want to thank you all once again. I want to thank the Blue Crew. And guys, if you have a minute, the mods afterwards, I jump in there for just a few minutes. I want to talk to you. Anybody else in here, guys, you're amazing. Thank you so very much. Anybody that donated in any way, shape, or fashion to the channel tonight, please know it's of course never expected, but it is so very much appreciated, you guys. We ended up with 31 new members in here. That's amazing to me. I appreciate, and I have no idea how much it's appreciated. So God bless and thank you so much for that. Everybody else, guys, you're amazing. Absolutely amazing for supporting the channel just by being here. Thank you so much. And we appreciate each and every one of you. All you meatballs you're absolutely meatballs. And appreciate it. Pro police. No, and I'm not saying that. That's not what I meant. I'm just saying we're pro truth. We're not pro burger. Okay. That's all I was trying to say. I just stretched it out. Excuse me. It's not really a good idea, but it'll be handled. Just saying. Hey, he'll handle himself. So again, thank you all for joining us tonight, guys. Hey, Paula, I see you there, and thank you. I am a parent of a black child. I have a Black Lives Matter flag hanging on my deck. Okay. I don't know what that has to do with policing or not. I come from a law enforcement family, and I don't believe in defunding the police. We need the police, but I don't believe in all that other stuff. As far as, the overexertion and not exertion, but I don't believe in corrupt police. Okay. But I do support our law enforcement agencies because we need them. If we didn't have them, it would be chaos. But it's not okay to be corrupt law enforcement. Okay. And that's all I'm saying. So you have to back the blue, because if you don't, chaos will ensue. If you don't back the blue. I'm a poet and didn't know it. Anyway, thank you guys so very much. So I want to, again, thank you all that support the channel, that support us. I want to thank my moderators, and thank you all for respecting and supporting my moderators, because they do an amazing job and they're amazing people. My entire team is amazing, and I'm grateful for each one of them as I am for you. So don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, folks. You guys are the beautiful people. So don't change a thing about yourselves. And we will see you all very soon. Bye-bye, everyone. Good night and God.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waves. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls at the strings.